platform. Evan Aldo, the first guest we ever had on Blockchain Basement, first ever interviewer call in, because he was also in that Twitch program with us. So it's fun watching that, seeing that come full circle. Great technical analyst. If you guys haven't followed him, solid trader, and we'll be bringing both of them in here. I guess I'll go ahead and throw them in right now. You guys ready, Drew?
Yeah, yes, I'm ready.
All right. I couldn't tell if you were ready or not, so let me throw the headphones on. You want me to? You ready to roll or not? You need a few more minutes.
No, I'm ready to go. I think. Right. I think. Are we live on our basement channel as well? We're live everywhere.
All right, boom. And Evan's here too. So there you go.
Up? Great to be on. What's going on, guys?
Not much. Man. All right, Drew, what do you got? What have you been looking at today? What's the news? We've obviously been covering it here on Discover Crypto, but tell me, Veteran Crypto says sun's out, guns out with Drew. Chat's going wild. Hey, Corey in the chat, man. Good to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in a while. Oh, I see. We're getting all your mods in here now. This is cool. All right, cool. Well, let it rip, man. What do you got?
Yeah, man. I mean, I've been having a lot of fun. Really, Isaac came out with, he found this news, Alabama investing into Bitcoin through this crypto bill being introduced. I think that this is a time frame where, me personally, I'm in some longs still from $81,500. Kind of crazy to take these, but seeing this mass adoption, now we have Metaplanet also. I'm sure you guys touched on this. If not, this is pretty great news. Metaplanet continuing that kind of Wall Street FOMO moment. This strategy approach, I think, is very, very important, and really where we're at in the markets right now. Seeing things like the GameStop now coming up with this $1.4 billion to purchase Bitcoin sets us up for a pretty amazing time frame. This is stuff that I was listening to some people, granted they're, let's say maximalish on XRP. I think that people that just in general are willing to risk it for the biscuit in the altcoin sector right now are betting against the grain, and I think huge things are coming for them. Even if you are in XRP, I think that, for this cycle, I can be bullish on XRP, looking at like potentially even a $5 target, a massive bull market move. I know this is a little crazy in contrast to Josh's price predictions, but really I wanted to talk to Evan about and kind of riff between all of us, because Evan, you do some great work on the charts. And I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on where things are going. I mean, we have Ethereum hitting bottoms it hasn't seen in like 5 years at this point right now. It's completely underperformed. Meanwhile, Aldo, Josh has been covering Aldo. I mean, Aldo is one of the dark green movers of today, just under $1. I mean, Evan, do you think that there's a lot that I want to ask you here, Evan, because as TJ talked about, you're like our first guest here on the Blockchain Basement. In terms of this cycle in particular, we've had a pullback. We touched about $78,000, and a lot of people were then calling for potentially the beginning of a bear market. What is your opinion on the overall ebb and flow of Bitcoin, especially on that monthly money flow? I know CryptoFace has been watching, I believe it was the monthly money flow, a very important time frame that we're in. What is your opinion on just the general standpoint of Bitcoin and where we're at right now in the cycle?
So the first thing, I think it's a big turning point. One of two things is going to happen right now. I'll talk about the thing I think is going to happen first. I think that where you are, we're going to see, and I can show you on the charts too, where you are, essentially, we're going to see either a jump up, for altcoins against, So if we see right here, there's some rare kind of bullish signs happening at your trigger wave over here on the daily, over on Market Cypher B. You've been, trailing around this area. You're either going to break back up to, 97, or bearish case, you're going to break down to 71, 72. That would be probably as low as you can go with still potentially making a new all-time high into the end of the year. If you lose that, you're kind of done. But when you see the trigger wave right here, that's pretty good. And that's, giving us the path to potentially jump up to 96 right there. And then if you zoom out a little bit, right here, you're forming a nice kind of wave, trigger wave right here. And especially in a post-halving year, in a bull run year, which I still think this could be what brings us up to, hopefully, now the big two places that I think we can hit, hopefully, sometime in the summer, maybe a slightly new all-time high to 120, then you generally get that summer pullback a little bit. maybe back to 100, maybe 90K. And then the big place that I've been targeting for the longest time, and it goes with a lot of these logarithmic spider lines right here, 150 into the end of the year. That's if you're following the first cycle, and that's your case. Now we could talk about ETH too. That's your case because ETH's been a major depressor. That's your case for enough money to come in and hopefully ETH to outperform it. Now, there's a really rare bullish sign on the weekly over on Ethereum on regular candles, not on Heiken Ashi candles yet. This is a deep anchor wave right here. Now, the last time we had that happen was theoretically on this, June of 22 at the bottom. So, this is where you kind of get, I mean, it seems a little bit too optimistic, but I wouldn't rule it out completely. You could have a face melting rally back up to 4,000, a double into potentially around where the Bitcoin conference is. And then maybe after that, that's a little bit of a sell the news, your summer low. And then maybe you come back down to, let's say 3,200 there. And then what I've been kind of mapping out was hopefully best case scenario. After that, you could kind of recover and into the end of the year, maybe even early 26, get up to that 7,000 mark. But that's to be seen. Let's focus on getting back up to 4,000. Now, the last thing I want to show you real quickly right here is this just rare bearish sign. You do have a deep anchor wave right here in the 2-week on ETH versus Bitcoin. It's come down. It's hitting a big point. Hopefully, we can see that bottom relatively soon. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, and it's felt like we've lived in Trump's world, like the tariffs, like we're having a major stream today, tariffs. And right before we went live, we were seeing Mexico and Canada, Snow Mexico has conceded, right? So they're really kind of hearing out the proposals and they're finding a way of trade peace, essentially. While the rest of the market's been essentially saying we were going to giga dump, and this was kind of the beginning of a cascading effect down. Something I saw today, which is, I guess I haven't been paying close enough attention to this. So far, the U.S. and Trump has secured $5 trillion in investments in trade commitments from across the globe into the United States. And particularly, what I found interesting about this is huge chunks of these investments, like $500 billion chunks from various entities, are going to be pouring into AI infrastructure in the United States to be built up. We also have Taiwan Semiconductor producing an immense amount of chips out of Arizona, right? So we have a Taiwanese semiconductor company, which largely is kind of a center point for where these chips are made and how we can really put that foot stamp into AI control. And I'm of the opinion that America is not going to go quietly when it comes to China trying to take control of that production. Evan, we've seen some incredible price movements on AI, right? And AI projects like in March of 2024, an amazing explosion for even AI adjacent projects like near ICP. There was a lot of great moves March of 2024. This March, not so much, right? We had the same kind of things going on, another advancement in new products from NVIDIA, but we didn't see those same projects. Instead, we saw like AI agents, right? AI agents really stole the show a few months ago, and those have pulled back in a major, major way. Are you interested in any of these new AI projects in terms of like short-term bets, or what is your opinion on these AI crypto explosions that we keep seasonally seeing happen? Are they something you're investigating as far as potentially adding to your portfolio?
My view on that is always that, you have to buy at least a few of them. You have to find, 5 ones that you like. And out of those 5, one will do a 10 to 100x, 2 will go to 0, and another 3 will kind of do nothing. You know what I mean? You need to be diversified. Even sometimes what I tell people a lot, sometimes the best project and the best technology, that one doesn't win because their marketing sucks or something else goes wrong, or people just don't buy it. So that's what you got to look at. But yes, to answer your question, yes, I think, and when we look at where alts are right now, I think you're going to see alts start to come up. I think what's going to help us too, seeing a lot more money go into alts, go into AI, is I have a feeling that in the next few weeks, we're going to see a lot better inflation data come out. And that's going to be more of a catalyst upward. We're already seeing in Europe, inflation is cooling down.
Kind of aggravating to me too. I was like a king for a month because eggs were so expensive, right? And now the egg prices are like already falling back down. So that's an interesting, piece of reference that you have there. So you think inflation is going to actually show a little bit of signs of coming back down, a little bit of relief for macroeconomic concerns?
100%. We're already seeing it in Europe, and I think, I could be wrong, but I think what Trump is trying to do with all this tariff talk, it's obviously all of it's subject to negotiation too. As
Mhm.
soon as Trump starts seeing inflation, and Trump's been pushing to get rates to cut, get Powell to be less hawkish. As soon as he sees what he wants, which is inflation to come down, he starts to lay off the tariffs just a little bit and starts to
Mhm.
negotiate more with other countries, and then you see much less fear and much more confidence, and a lot of people will essentially buy up the altcoins. I think that we will see that, hopefully within the next few weeks, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of data coming out in the next 2 weeks. I'd be very surprised if that inflation data comes in hot.
that'd be good news for the markets. Very good news.
Yes.
I'm
I think
muted.
DJ is
Sorry.
muted.
Yeah, I
There you
was
go.
muted. I did want to come back to something you said a little bit earlier, Evan, because I haven't heard it mentioned as much recently. Was pumping into the Bitcoin conference, right? With something we've
Mm.
seen a lot in the past. We were expecting somewhat of a bullish summer. We're expecting we're predicting that rates are cut we get a pivot by June. Some people are super optimistically looking at May. Obviously, Bitcoin conference is at the end of May. I'm also working a theory in my head right now. Some people are kind of talking about, the summer sell off that we've seen in years, but back in 2020, you were probably around for this DeFi summer 2020, right? A lot
Mhm.
of people remember. A lot of people talk about it. That's when we first saw a major explosion and a big growth in the DeFi sector due to Uniswap and liquidity and all that sort of stuff being added in. Kind of a technological change that allowed liquidity to come into those dexes. Well, now we're seeing a major regulatory change coming in going into summer of 2025, which allows banks to get involved and people to custody these different things. And the Bitcoin conference being kind of a peak moment within the middle of the summer. I think we could really be rallying during the conference, not long after the conference. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Do you see a potential? I don't know if you follow DeFi specific projects a lot, to see another major DeFi explosion in summer of 2025, and we don't see a lot of those sell off that we've seen in a lot of the other years during the summer. What do you think?
I think it's possible. I mean, I'm more I look at Fed monetary policy, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
What I think could happen though is most likely right now, unless something changes, the official end to quantitative tightening probably will be in June, and you'll probably see the next rate cut in June as
Right.
well. Generally, I think when that happened last time, it was around September of 2019. And let me show you the chart, kind of just what happened with Ethereum versus Bitcoin back then, because this marked the bottom. It was right around here that they stopped quantitative tightening. They started to turn on the money printer just a little bit. And then you had a nice rally against Bitcoin for a long time. The thing was, you had a few months of bearishness. I wouldn't count the pandemic, but you had a few months of bearishness, before that. And during that time, you were kind of stagnant. So let's say we pump into that. So this was what would happen. Generally, when you finally see that end, markets do come down a little bit. So let's say we pump into that. We pump into June, we get Ethereum back up to 4,000 or whatever. And then I do think you're going to see some type of sell off at some point, regardless of how good the fundamentals are. People take profits, people sell. That's just how it is. Then you get, your trajectory down to 3,000. And then a few months later, probably later end of summer, I would say. I mean, that last rally is always so parabolic. It's the
Mm-hmm.
last few months, something, you wait, you buy and you wait so many years for three or 4 weeks to give you 90% of the gains or 80% of the gains. It's always how it is. But maybe August, then you continue forward. If we look at Bitcoin here, that would be that same general trajectory. We pump into that rate cut in June. I think it's around the end of June. It would probably be around here because you got a lot of logarithmic spiral lines. Everybody's excited. You get up to 120. Everybody's talking about 150, 200K even. And then after that first rate cut, you get a 3-month lull. So I would say about a 3-month lull into August or something, maybe even September. And then that quarter 4 is always that good quarter. And then somewhere around here, it could be January of 2026, where we peak out, similar to how we peaked out for the altcoins, at least in January of 2018 here. So my guess would be some type of trajectory like this. The last thing I just want to show you for alts, for people nervous about alts, this was a good find I had. This is others versus Bitcoin. So everything outside the top 10 crypto market cap versus Bitcoin. This is where they bottomed out. So bear with me. December 2016, this was the bottom there. 4 years and 1 month later, it says December, about a month after that. 4 years and 1 month after, it's bottom there. You ride it up. Where are we right now? Our bottom, as you can see it right here, 4 years and 1 month after, February of 2025. As long as you hold this low right here, and we're doing it so far, as long as you hold that low, that pattern stays intact, and we could have a very nice altcoin rally into the end of the year.
Yeah.
And I do have breaking news for everybody. Binance is announcing to list 5 new products to vote. So if you actually go to Binance's website now, you can vote for 5 projects to get listed. And guess what's finally making the list, baby? It is none other than Aldo. Even Plume's on there. I'm going to be voting for 5 right here. Morpho, Aldo, Plume. I'm going to have to click, obviously, Aether as well. I'm a fan of Aether. Man,
is this for futures or spot?
This is for spot. This is for spot.
Okay.
So I'm looking. Okay. I don't know what the 5th one I should choose here is. There's Virtual, Safe, Walrus.
Virtuals.
Virtuals is always an intriguing. That's a lot of the framework of these AI agents is built on that. It'd be really nice to see Virtuals recapture kind of that hype that it had not just a few months ago. I mean, because what Virtuals, a lot of those AI agents are built on Virtuals. What are the other options? What are the other options we got?
We have Virtuals Protocol. We have Big Time. UX Link, which I don't know anything about that Web3 social media platform too much, but Morpho, a fan of the channel. A lot of people love Morpho. Grass, Aether, Walrus, which is brand new, just got launched on Sweet Network. It's a deep in project, deep in play. Safe, Zeta, Story IP, which everybody's been hearing about. They've been pumping like a mad god. And then Aldo. And another favorite here, we call the exact bottom of this trade. This was a beautiful play here. Plume Network, another RWA play.
Yeah. I mean, I think Virtuals is the good other pick. I mean, I would have picked the same ones. And it really it's kind of funny that
I'm confirming it. Boom.
Yeah, get in there, make it happen. I mean, Binance has been kind of this weird thing in my mind where it's like, we love them, it's one of the biggest exchanges out there, but how many times are we going to watch them send a giga amount of, whatever token to Wintermute and then just wreck us momentarily, go by the lows, and then repeat the process again? It's kind of an aggravating situation, but I understand, CZ's got to get his. Maybe he's taking it out on us for going to prison. Maybe that's happening.
He's probably already taking it out on us. A couple things I wanted to finish the thought. They're good analysis by Evan. Nice to see somebody with a somewhat of a bullish take on it. So many technical analysts want to give such a bear take. I mean, I can see from a technical standpoint, in the 72 to 74 range, that makes a lot of sense, especially when we were hanging out at 76. We obviously told everybody here, that's close enough to the bottom. Don't worry about nailing, especially if you're an investor, not a day trader. You don't have to nail the exact bottom and nail the exact top. If you think 72 to 74 is the bottom of the range and you see a price at 76, buy it, and then sell it. And then you also mentioned, October Q4 and potentially even into Q1 of 2026. So I was a couple questions. Now you said so many things that I wanted to hit on, so I'm gonna talk about this Virtuals thing real quick, because I was gonna say I do think they've already got us when it came to that. They made their money there. I noticed this by Miles earlier, that sectors that have been crushed the most since we've got obviously sexes, lending, RWA, DeFi. That's a lot of our favorite ones here. If you're looking at the categories down here, have held, still seeing 40-50% drawdowns recently year to date. This is since the beginning of this year. Ones that are hit the most: DeFi AI, DeSci AI, and Virtuals is, I guarantee, is somewhere in this. It kind of sits in both of those categories. A lot of the DeFi AI stuff, sector I'm bullish on, absolutely did get crushed. DeSci, obviously one of Josh's favorite sectors, massive pullbacks there. I think that's partially because we're so early on this stuff. We as visionaries see it and understand it, and we get excited about the hype around it. But I do think these two sectors probably see a lot of their bullish gains into the next cycle. But I wanted to ask, do you see us going into a extended bull run beyond, traditionally, for your cycle theory says top should be October, end of October, potentially alt season bleeds into November, December. Do you think there's a chance we move into 2026? Do you think there's a chance that the 4-year cycle is somewhat broken now that we're dealing with such so many big players, so many nation states, some like long-term accumulation? Any thoughts on that?
So it depends how you define that. I would say probably not, just based on how I look on the charts and based on how I look at everything. But there's always going to be that possibility. Like if I mean, my guess is if you can get up to 120, 150K Bitcoin by end of year, you'll probably sometime in 2026, if you follow the 4-year cycle, you end up at like, somewhere between high 40s to 60K or something, which is way less of a pullback than you normally see. But when I look at things, I think that the momentum, if you have a lot of hype into the end of this year, the momentum is going to change and you're still going to see those pretty big pullbacks, especially with the stock market. I'd be surprised. I think you need another few years to really lose that 4-year cycle. I think once you get to the 2030s, then you're completely in a different land. But for this decade, I think you're going to stay with that. Now, if we do something like where we don't make a new all-time high for Bitcoin, and we're at like 60K by the end of the year, then I would think that when you look at then I would think that you would see potentially a better 2026 or something. But yeah, it's obviously very hard to say, but I would be like, what I'll say is if Bitcoin's at somewhere between 120 and 150K in December, then you're probably gonna have a bear market in 2026.
Yeah, no, that's really good analysis. I agree 100%. If we're at those level, if we're at the prices we were predicting, I'm the perma bull. I'm in the like 150 to 200 range. I really do think it's possible to get up to 200K with everything going on. If we're anywhere in that level, October, November, we're probably telling people here, time to take profits, time to cash out. We could see an extended, we could be, getting into the bear market there. But like you said, if we're still, sub 100, near 100, then we could, if we're still in this accumulation range that we're in right now, then yeah, we could see bullishness into 2026. So,
and I saw some good questions from the chat regarding Bitcoin dominance. A lot of people have been looking at that historic 70% Bitcoin dominance potentially being hit, still to be hit by Bitcoin. Evan, what is your opinion of that? Because I believe Bitcoin dominance is somewhere around like 62% the last time I looked at it. It's actually coming, pretty close to historical norms where we should have seen a little bit of weakness coming to Bitcoin dominance. What is your opinion? Like, are we going to continue? Because we have ETFs going on, everything that TJ just said, like sovereign nations going after it, reserves happening for Bitcoin. Is this dominance on pace to hit 70% before we see that rollover, do you think? Or like, what is your opinion on where it's going?
I think that if we see the inflation news that I'm looking for in the next 2 weeks, cooling inflation, a lot of those things, and a less hawkish Fed, we should have topped out. Now, we still are a little bit of a ways away from the high that we saw in the beginning of February. That's where others versus Bitcoin bottomed out as well. So I think that was the top. And what I'm waiting for here, we're really close to it. If we can get a bear div, look at how high and, over kind of inflated this money flow is here. If we can get a bear div right there as this is coming up and lose that 62, then we should do what we've historically done, which if you look at the 4-year cycle here, I think April, if we look at, let's see, April, where's April 21 right here, that's where you really started to nuke. End of March into April 21, you went crazy. So hopefully we could do something like that and come down quite a bit. Now, if you look at, I think it was, even 2017 April's where you really started to go down, but maybe it's a little bit more extended. Maybe we have to wait a few months, but yeah, I don't think, I think we should be able to come down here. I mean, that's the big question. I don't think you're going to get, even if you do jump up to that 64, that would essentially be, so let's say we jumped up to the 64 here, which a lot of people are talking about. That would be where you're looking at Bitcoin versus ETH coming back down to these levels back in like 2019, the bottom in August of 2019. So to answer your question about 70%, I think it's pretty unlikely you'd get up to 70%. You can get up to 64. I mean, I get it's hard to say, but maybe if we do come down to these levels, you could maybe get up to 66. That's a big fib level right there, but 70% I think is very unlikely.
Absolutely. I mean, just from how beat down alts are compared to Bitcoin, if in my mind, if we continued up to 70% Bitcoin dominance, like holy God, that's gonna kind of change the landscape.
It'll
So
be
just something to think about. You know what I mean? Very, very good analysis. Love kind of how you look at the markets. Hopefully, we do see that bear div print on what we were just looking at, the money flow on the Bitcoin dominance. That'd be great. But yeah, I mean, outside of Bitcoin and ETH, we've seen all this, and I have a lot of hype in my mind for RWAs, everything that BlackRock's been talking about for like tokenizing the markets. It's got a great narrative, and I think it's really pretty undiscovered right now. Evan, is there, we have Bitcoin, the king, we have Ethereum, the beat down second place here. Beyond that, there's these narratives swirling around for RWAs, AI, and then of course the memes. Is there any other sector outside of Bitcoin and kind of the Ethereum, smart contract king that you're looking at in terms of the best upside? What do you think? Is RWA or AI going to outpace this next few years here?
So, I mean, for those ones that you mentioned, I think the most important thing is diversification. There's some like what I like right now, and I mean, people are probably get kind of complacent with these, but some of the dinosaur alts, as people like to call them, like for
EOS was
example,
pumping this morning, right?
Yeah, there's
That's
a
the
dinosaur.
ultimate dinosaur.
I was looking at that last night. That had a good chart. We'll see if that could hold up. But AVAX, and I got my chart for AVAX, which looks
Let's look
at
it.
one of the best. So let me get it on the.
I've been accumulating AVAX recently. I think they're about to, on a fundamental level, they've got some big stuff in the works that I'm a fan of. So nice to hear that there's some technical stuff to look at. So cool.
AVAX, I think, you could repeat this, come back up to 56 into maybe sometime early summer. I mean, you could really jump here. You definitely could really. I mean, you're comparing it to this area, like I was talking about ETH. I mean, maybe I'm too optimistic, but it is possible to jump up into the conference back up to close to all-time highs. Stranger things have happened. They're getting up to $60, and then maybe you get your kind of pullback in the summer or something, and then later this year, if all goes well, I could see a $200 AVAX. So it's a 10x potential. I'm not saying that's going to happen.
Very interesting when Solana had that Libra token chaos, right? So the government of Argentina, like Javier Milei, came out with this Libra token on Solana.
Yeah.
It went very poorly. And then what I saw is basically a migratory shift. Like a lot of Solana meme coin people and just people that's like the speculator migratory pattern of crypto birds. They went over to AVAX for a very short amount of time, and it's still a good amount of them are hanging out there. I see a budding NFT ecosystem. I see a lot of meme coins with like inexplicable strength. So I am seeing it's got this chaos factor of absorbing some of those people that had taken massive wins in the Solana ecosystem, and then things got a little bit questionable, and they started to flock over to AVAX and then Sonic. Right, we saw this rebrand from Sonic happen. I even saw some good news for Sonic. Officials, they're actually getting sponsored by Chainlink, the official sponsor of the Sonic Summit. Sonic, kind of this rebranded Phantom product from last cycle. It's got great tech. It's got a lot of things going for it, very fast. So those are things that I'm watching out for. Plus, you guys are talking about DeFi. Like the DeFi on Sonic looks pretty amazing right now as well. So Sonic is another ecosystem I'm kind of looking at. I don't know if you'd be able to do this. I don't know if you've charted it out already, but I would love if you could look at the technicals behind Sonic, if possible. You know what I mean? Because this is kind of like this new gem, and it's not really new. It's just a rebranded gem from Phantom. But there is a lot of upgrades that have happened. It's a very fast system, and it's capturing a lot of mind share. And when I see kind of the confluence of all these things happening while the sentiment is low, Sonic's sentiment internally is very, very high right now. And so when I see the aggregate crypto market started getting ready to turn over and actually get bullish again, it's almost like scary upside potential for Sonic. So if you may, check out the chart and give me your shoot from the hip opinion about this thing, because I think this thing's going to be taking up some mind share over the next few months here.
And you guys are making me excited. These are two of my favorite coins that I'm accumulating right now, Avalanche and Sonic, because I think they're both set up well for different reasons. But let's hear what you got, Evan.
So yeah, while you were mentioning, I did a little bit of quick TA here. So there's not too much data on it right here. It's only,
Right.
at least on the XC chart, it's only been around since January, but you're getting a trigger wave forming on the daily. That looks pretty good. I mean, that could bring you easily back up to 60 cents and hopefully back up to your highs at $1. Now, if you're talking about face melting rallies, here are some big fib levels that I found, $1.35, then $2, then $2.50. After that, you could look at potential higher areas, but I would say focus on the 5x so far up to, maybe $2.50. It's one of those where you would kind of try to hold it and try to, follow old paths here. So yeah, I could definitely see a trajectory. I mean, I would say best possible case scenario, and this is shooting from the hip, as you mentioned, but into May, into June, maybe you can get that 4 or 5x. Incredibly risky. Be careful. It could go to 0. Who knows? But, you get that, and then you come back down. You get that consolidation. What I think is going to happen, then you jump off of that area, and then there's your potential for a 10x. Now, a lot of coins, this small market caps, have potentials for 10x's, and they're going to do nothing. So just be careful, but it's possible.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's a 1.4 billion market cap project. It's not necessarily new. This is a rebrand from Phantom, previously FTM. So that's why there's not a lot of chart data there. But I was going to ask you on that, when a project does rebrand and kind of changes the ticker, all that sort of stuff, it changes. I don't know if it doesn't necessarily pick up where the last price left off. Can you go, like, how does that work when you're charting TA? Can you look at FTM and then compare it to the Sonic thing, or is it just all that's out the window and that's part of why they do that?
Usually you can compare it. So yeah, if I look at it, depends. So is Phantom? Yeah, it looks like it's still trading on Phantom. So we could look at I didn't realize I forgot they rebrand. Yeah. So right there, yeah, back into that. It's just funny because the Phantom chart doesn't really. This is just a weird chart that hasn't done anything. But if you look at your old all-time highs, which would be $1.45, what we could do is also draw some other fib levels. So there's your $4 mark up to that point, which could be a nice expectation. Then you could do just basic kind of TA from your tops to bottoms here, and then that would give you a target. Yeah, I mean $3 to $4 I think would be a really good goal here. Maybe $5 is kind of pushing it. I think that's more realistic, especially now finding out what its market cap was and how long this project has been around. So $3 to $4 I would say was a pretty good goal here. Rebranding could go both ways. For Matic rebranding to the POL, not good yet, but I mean hopefully there's some hope there. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Polygon also has other factors going into it. Like it's competing against a bunch of other layer 2s, right? It's also, we've seen what Base has been able to capture in terms of mind share, and we've in the basement we have our own kind of theory on where ETH is going. It's almost like Weekend at Bernie's, where the dead body's just being controlled by the strings of layer 2s. Now it's going to be alive to a degree, but you can argue on that. And other pretty big news that just came out was PayPal had added Solana and Chainlink for customers in the United States and US territories. For the average person, I think is not really involved with getting into crypto, but is there a tipping point where what we call normies, where they're continually shown these other products outside of Bitcoin actually starts to become more involved in I think we're at like single digit investment involvement here in the United States for people in crypto. Is there a point where that actually becomes like, say, the strategic reserve for Bitcoin is then slammed into place? Like, do you think there's ever going to be a time where we're not just crazy people investing in these technologies to be used 5 or 10 years from now? Like where people will see CNN talking about Bitcoin strategic reserve, and then, it'll make sense because we see the rails for it. Like investment funds are getting set up to be able to invest in Bitcoin, which is great. But what do you think is that trigger point? Is it their buying power nearly going to 0 over the next 10 years? Is it CNN talking? What do you think is the major catalyst that'll kind of push the normie into crypto?
So, I think as you mentioned, right now, the big thing with the strategic reserve and all that, the Trump tweet did mention a lot of dinosaur alts. And I think a lot of this stuff, this news, it's hinting at dinosaur alts, which I don't say that in a negative way. I say that, and the alts that a lot of people have been holding that have done nothing. Well, Chainlink's done some stuff, but Chainlink, Solana, I mean, they've done things, but not as much as many have hoped. Cardano,
the price hasn't. That's the
yeah,
problem.
the price,
They've done a lot technologically, fundamentally, but everybody's waiting for the price to catch up.
100%.
So I think that's the next frontier. You had Bitcoin, then you had the ETH ETF. What's the next frontier? It's those other coins. And now you're looking at the view of like somebody who's a little bit older, more established, wants less risk, wants nothing to do with meme coins. First, they're starting with Bitcoin. Then after that, when that gets boring, then you move on to Ethereum. After that, what's the next thing? It's probably Solana. It's probably Chainlink would be those two. I know a lot of them like Chainlink, things that
and
have
Avalanche.
Been around
Look at what Avalanche is doing. They're taking the Doritos route. They just introduced a limited time run of Avalanche lava lime flavored Doritos. Okay, this is serious. So when we see this, but Avalanche is trying
For real?
kind of.
This really happened? This is not posted yesterday?
Oh yeah, no, this is Avalanche. Well, yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. I missed out on tricking people yesterday, so I figured I'd try it today. But we do have a backdoor way they're trying with this off the grid game, and Avalanche has been like my closest gaming play. Like I don't hold any direct gaming tokens, but gaming has some serious potential in my mind. It's something I faded last cycle. And I saw random tokens just go berserk because the game was all of a sudden being used by a bunch of people that were speculating in crypto. Is there, any chance that we see that off the grid approach from Avalanche help it kind of get, because it's almost like it's always just a few feet behind Solana, and then Solana always, finds that spot to shine over the past few year or two here. Is the gaming on your mind in terms of potentially coming back, or is this just a last cycle kind of conversation?
I think you're going to see, I think we just need a few more weeks of that monetary. We need a little bit more confidence that inflation's coming down. We need Trump to lay off the tariffs just a little bit, and we need Powell just to sound a little less hawkish, and we need more of a hope that quantitative tightening ends, which I think all of those things probably will happen within the next 4 to 8 weeks. And I think gaming is going to have a really good rally. It's hard to say whether, Mutant Apes or Bored Apes are ever going to make a new all-time high, but I think they'll do something. I think a lot of these will come back. And I think, once Solana, once you get this better monetary policy, what are people going to put their money into instead of Solana? It's probably going to be AVAX, Chainlink, even hopefully Matic comes back. A lot of these kind of like the dinosaur coins that kind of have resilience. They've been around for a few years, so people are a little bit more trustworthy of them, especially the people with money that aren't going to be caught dead buying freaking, I don't know, whatever the new meme coin is, Farcoin or whatever. That's where they're going to go, hopefully, into,
I know we're on Discover. We're multi-streaming with Discover, so I'm holding off on showing. So it almost looks like Bitcoin. Just replace the B with a T.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost. It's like $40 million market cap, right? I mean, it is what it is. Okay,
a buddy of mine made a lot of money with that one. A lot of money. So he's very happy today.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, and when I saw like this slight inkling for meme coins, I always feel like are the canary in the coal mine, where like people are ready to hyper speculate again. And I didn't have the opinion that all of these, other meme coins, not all of them were going to resurge to the levels that they were, because we saw a bunch of meme coins almost hit 1 billion, if not more. Like Peanut the Squirrel went absolutely ballistic, but it really, was doubtful for me to see all of the meme coins return to their previous glory. So, when I see stuff like this with, not Bitcoin, I don't know if I can say it on the show here or not, but they're essentially canaries in the coal mine to me, in my opinion. So that's kind of how I take it. But I think I love your analysis on the general markets, Evan. I think you do great work. Really, where can people find you? Where can people keep up with all your information? When do you go live? How can people get connected with you here?
So I don't have a set schedule for going live. It's on YouTube is the main place, youtube.com, at Evan Aldo, just my name. And generally in the afternoons, I try to go live. I do a lot of live trading, a lot of different techniques. Trading is different than kind of just investing for the 4-year cycle. It's a lot different than that. So a lot of techniques there combined with that macro analysis. So
very
everybody's
important
welcome,
video.
whether
I think
you're
this
a day
video is
trader,
going to help out a lot of you guys.
or whether
And this video is
you're
going to teach you 2 things. Number 1,
What's going on?
proper risk management.
hearing my own voice. But
Oh, that's what I was like. Why am I hearing it double?
So short-term traders, macro analysis, we talk about it all. Feel free to go on the live streams, ask. I try to answer all the questions. And Twitter or X at real Evan Aldo. Those are the main 2 ones. So stop by the live stream, say hi. I'll probably be live, sometime this afternoon. So
I absolutely love it, man.
Well, thanks for joining us today. Great breakdowns there. I agree with basically everything you said. So it's nice to hear, like I said, it's nice to hear some bullishness. I also agree with what you were saying, Drew, about Avalanche. I like that they're taking the gaming approach. They're kind of getting retail with off the grid, and they're getting institutions with stablecoins and RWA. They're the one that's kind of straddling both, and they're also kind of angling for a lot of regulatory stuff as well. So I really like Avalanche as kind of a sleeper dark horse. I agree. A lot of the maybe you could say legacy coins doesn't quite sound as bad as dinosaur coins. A lot of people think dinosaur coins does have a negative connotation. I used to say it a lot too, and everyone's like, but legacy, a lot of these ones that have been around, they know what they're doing a little bit. They've proven themselves. They've got some time on market, which is obviously one of the main things big money looks at. They don't want to, like you said, they're not buying something that hasn't been out for at least a couple of years, probably. So a lot of really good things coming in. Thanks for joining us today, Evan. We'll have to have you on again soon. And we'll see you at the top.
Good stuff.
Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right. I'll see you, man. God, I love Evan. And TJ, I had to get you with that Avalanche thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I completely missed out on April Fool's Day yesterday. I got by my kids.
Oh,
my
no.
Kids and my wife. My wife called me. She's like, the engine light just turned on again after I just fixed the car. And I was like, oh my God. Like, she just destroyed me.
That's great. Let us know in the chat. I want to know who celebrates April Fool's Day at home. I grew up in a house where it was one of the bigger holidays in throughout the year. My mom loved playing practical jokes. So she would do all kinds of sort of stuff where with the food or all kinds of fun stuff. So we used to always try to get her back as well. So love April Fools. Your kids are at a great age for it too. But Josh, anything you've been looking at while we've been chatting? Anything you've got to add? Or are you just coming back in?
Just looking through the House hearing here. I mean, everything right now has been more political releases in terms of news. Nothing overall in the crypto sector. There was the Tesla reports. One, they had a great quarter in the month of March was the best sales ever in China. However, they still delivered less vehicles than expected. So Tesla dropped a little bit here in the last hour. I'm actually going to scroll down to it, but it looks like it's rebounding. You could see here in the last 7 minutes, that news just came out, just absolutely dropped all the way down to 276. So getting a little bit of news off of that is going to overall affect the SPX just a little bit. But I mean, the SPX still running to the upside here. I'm sorry, that would have been the NASDAQ. The SPX, though, still running to the upside here. And Bitcoin now just surpassed, once again, $87,000. So it does look like we're going to be making a break here for 88K. What I want to point out, though, is a huge, huge TA point, and I don't know if you guys covered this while I was gone for a few moments, but is we're breaking out of a downward 73-day trend right now on Bitcoin. So that is a massive, massive, very bullish indicator here. The daily RSI, everything on the stochastic has definitely more upside move if it would like to run or continue to run here on the weekly. Looking to reverse here, also looking really good as well. But that 73 downtime, we broke the 73-day bearish trend for the first time in 73 days. So that this is really, really good to watch. And then what's interesting here, though, is the wins that are just taking place. So we'll be watching the hearing here a little bit more. Just Maxine Waters, they're going back and forth. They're using this time to just use political, radical clickbait points. I think they're going to just use ultimately for, views on Twitter or whatever it is later on. But in terms of the tariff conversation, I guess I didn't pull it up here. Where was it? I have 100% chat here. 1, 2. I must have deleted it, but I have a crypto calendar here. So we're very excited for 4 p.m. We're now less than 3 hours away from this, guys. This is going to be absolutely massive for the markets here, where Donald Trump will be speaking at the White House. We're anticipating multiple conversations from Scott Bessent, Marco Rubio, as well as potentially even Howard Lutnick. And if that's the case, what Do I have something playing in audio?
No, you're probably just hearing yourself.
Oh,
Or
no, I
hearing-
do. I have Maxine Waters sounding like she's dying. 1 second. We
When
gotta
does she
pause
not sound
that.
like she's dying? You know? She's supposed to
Donald
sound like
Trump
that when
was-
she's like 10 years old. I know that there's a lot of
I'm choking here.
concerns.
I couldn't do that
like,
voice.
I
I still
saw
hear it. There
have you
she
seen the
is.
Aerodrome chart today, Josh?
What's that? Let me put this
Have you
back
seen the
on for you.
Aerodrome chart today?
Aerodrome
Uh,
chart.
Let me pull it up. Hopefully very good.
Well, no, it's
Oh,
not
no,
great.
it's at 43 cents. Yeah, so
It's
we are
not
looking at the it's not bad. This was the exact
Mhm.
target though we were looking at. This is, I don't know if you know this. This candlestick down here was when Coinbase Ventures put $5 million into it. So what we were looking at was the bottom of this target was like, okay, understanding that at 43 cents, 45 cents, Aerodrome, I mean, look at the stochastic, like everything's overextended. This is the key level Coinbase Ventures is interested in Aerodrome. So if I'm looking at accumulation levels on Aerodrome, definitely going to be around this 43 cent range.
Absolutely. And then I have it on DeFi Llama here as well with that token price that you just showed and the total
I'm not
locked
seeing.
value.
I've lost your screen. I think I don't see your screen in there, Drew. Can you share?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll give it another shot here because the total locked value is still well above in comparison to the price valuation. So that's like when I see something like this on let's see if that worked for you.
Nope.
Don't know if it did or not.
You gotta hit the present button, choose window tab.
Yeah, yeah. I might be in the wrong StreamYard, honestly, but
Seems
let me
like
see
it.
here. Oh yeah. No, I'm in the right one. That's kind of weird that it's not coming up. But maybe Josh can pull it up. If we just because I want to look at
What do you want me to
the
pull up?
DeFi
yeah,
Llama.
the DeFi Llama.
Gotcha.
And then let's pull up Aerodrome. And then all we need to do is select the already have the total value locked, should be there automatically. And then what we do is overlay the token price with that graph here. So it's on that bar right there. And this is where the beat down on the price in comparison to where the total value locked is actually holding is well above that price. Then
So price is the purple, TVL is the red. So we see a
Yes.
big spike in the TVL here, but no reaction on the price. So
absolutely.
previously, TVL and price had been somewhat correlated, but right as of really as of February, we
Mhm.
started to see a divergence with TVL going up and price going down. That is interesting.
Yeah. And this is where like I think that the sentiment and that max fear, like those levels of I think we're like 10 or 15 in the like ultra fear zone, people have been giving up while the liquidity and the value locked on Aerodrome has continued up and to the right, in general. It held much higher than if the TVL, that red line had broken below its previous shelf, I think that's like July of 2024 where that shelf sat, then I'd be sitting here like, okay, maybe this isn't something that is going to keep lasting. But I saw the TVL is actually holding up really, really well. And you guys had talked about Morpho before this show. I was actually pretty aggravated that Morpho had pumped so hard a few months ago, like because I originally got it at like $1.20, and then it blasted off to like $4. Then with this latest pullback, I think it hit $1. I got it at essentially like I refilled my bag, or not refilled, added to the bag at $1.10. So I'm sitting here really well positioned on Morpho, and something very fundamental is behind Morpho there was a competition between Morpho and Moonwell to be kind of that one-stop shop on Coinbase where you could take your Bitcoin and within 10 seconds take a loan out on that Bitcoin for then USDC within Coinbase. Coinbase is the user interface king. So I saw that path. I knew it was going to be either Morpho or Moonwell that was chosen. So I have positions in both. But Morpho is also holding up very, very nicely, if not better than Aerodrome when it comes to this TVL graph. I wish my screen was coming
Try
over.
to get it in there again because I had it earlier. I had it in there. So you want me to pull? I'll pull up Morpho real quick while you're looking at that.
Yeah, if you can, because like the Morpho TVL sitting as strong. I mean, nearly $3 billion. And did you mention it's right behind Aave? Is it like
I did. Yeah, it's number 2. It's not even not right behind. I don't want to get confused. Aave has like 60 something percent, and Morpho's number 2 with like 8%. So they're not really close or even all that comparable. I heard something beep in. Maybe I did get your screen. Yep, I've got some kind of screen. I don't know what this is, but let me see. I mean, it looks like you've got a different source coming into it, like an OBS. But let me see what happens if I add it.
No, that's just my camera. That's my camera. I shared the screen as separate. I called in with a separate thing to be able to show.
I do have your screen. There you go.
Yeah.
Boom.
So because Morpho, I really feel like
I'll go pull that other while you're pulling that up. I'll go look for that market share difference. But so yeah, Aave is like 60-70%, something like that, 65%, somewhere between. Morpho's at like 8%, and then everything else is fighting over the rest. So
just look at the insane shelf, like way up and to the right, where Morpho's building this strength at right here. On the price chart itself, it's kind of funny when you look at, the sentiment usually plays into like what the price is going to do. But, comparatively, like, TJ, I know you love the DeFi sector in general, and we're always following it. The Morpho price is right at, like, the pullback was right at this original health on the shelf moment when it came out originally. And this is like, I saw it. It was very bullish. I didn't want to chase this. What's that?
I love health on the shelf. I like that. That's good.
Health on a shelf, right?
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I treat these moments as prove it points, right? At this initial kind of drop down to $1.20, another drop to $1.30, and then it started moving up and to the right. It moves it doesn't really care much for the rest of the market's pullbacks, except for when the recent sentiment dropped out. But the TVL is staying very, very strong, as we just saw in the last graph. So seeing this pullback down to $1.10, I pulled the trigger. I added more. I was like, I believe in this project. And I've really pared down a lot of my portfolio down to these truly valuable, not just speculative projects, but things that are truly valuable. And that in order, I think that Bitcoin is the king. There is no denying Bitcoin is the king. But right behind Bitcoin is Chainlink to me. I know I've said this on the basement, but we got to think about some things in terms of like our expectations of Chainlink. So we're at a $14 price right now for Chainlink. Honestly, this isn't that bad. We're holding above this little shelf right here. The bottom of it's 930. The top of it's about 1260. So we are bouncing off it. We're thankfully not stuck in that range once again. But when we look at this graph backed up and we think in terms of the partnership and the actual application of Chainlink beyond this proof of bill that Sergey is talking about working on with literal government of the United States, where they'd be using Chainlink. But Chainlink has been set up with Swift. Okay. And now in terms of where this price goes, if that partnership actually goes live, which it's rumored and scheduled to do so in Q4 of this year, if Chainlink accomplishes 1%, just 1% of Swift transactions, and they're handled on the CCIP system, that in and of itself, without any speculation, any other buying, brings the token price up to nearly $400 a unit. So what Chainlink is trying to do and get integrated with the existing ecosystem of how money moves from one spot to the next, that partnership is in place with Swift, but the CCIP fees and the use case for it, those are not live yet. So we're sitting here waiting in the wings, looking at this price. I see people selling, fleeing from Chainlink and, doubting that it's ever going to have any sort of pumpability, are completely disregarding that the framework and the literal stones of which the foundation of Web3 are being built upon are now in place. We simply have not seen Swift go live with CCIP on Chainlink yet. That does look like it's actually happening in Q4, and 1% of those transactions brings the price to $385 in particular. That's what it does. And like they're trying to get to
like 5%. They wouldn't let me say 150 earlier. They were saying that was too bullish. You're over here saying 350. That's what I'm talking about.
And that's without any other speculation. That's
Yeah.
without any other speculation. That's just that partnership.
I will add this caveat. It's interesting that goes live in October, end of Q4 of this year is what you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so a lot of times, especially in this space, a newer space, the speculation is what drives the price action a lot more than the actual reality of it happening. I do think you're right. I do think it will happen. I do think CCIP will go through. I do think Swift transactions will be utilizing Chainlink, and it will be a behemoth powerhouse for the rest of time. And I do think 350 is possible. I'm not trying to FUD that number. That being said, I think that that hype cycle, that hype fuel going into the end of this year, we're going to hear a lot of people saying stuff like that. I think that's what's going to push us up to those 150 numbers.
Yep.
And then potentially it does go live, and it everything takes longer than everybody thinks it's going to take.
Yes.
So then it goes live. People are disappointed in the immediate, and then we, pull back a little bit for 26, 27, and then we see it hit its full potential in the next bull cycle. I could see that scenario playing out very likely. Now, or we could be in the golden mega bullish super cycle, take us all home, we retire forever, crypto,
that's terrifying. That's terrifying for me though, because like these awesome entry points go away for Bitcoin.
It's true. And that's why you need people, if you guys are new here, if you're in the chat, these opportunities that you're getting right now to accumulate some of these. Again, we forget because we've been doing this for a long time. We're talking about an industry that is going to change the world, right? We're talking about an industry that is like being at the beginning of the internet. We're in the internet in the 90s. Have we experienced the .com boom yet? Probably not. We probably haven't. A lot of people like to tell you we have. Oh, Bitcoin's a bubble. It's had its most growth. I don't think it has. I think we're just now getting to the point where we're going to experience that .com boom. Then there's going to be a pullback. But then what did the internet go on to do? It went on to create some of the most valuable companies in the world today.
Right.
Google and Amazon and Meta, even Netflix, you could say, doesn't exist without the internet, So the internet, social media hadn't been invented yet. There's so many things built on top of it. And we're right there right now with and you could even argue blockchain is another iteration of internet of basically global communication, global economy, global transfers, real-time global transfers between peer-to-peer parties. This is a revolution that a lot of people in this space are talking about could be like the next industrial revolution, the next great technological revolution that changes the world. And we're at the forefront of that right now. And we're getting an opportunity to invest in that in a way that was in a democratized way, in a personal access way that has never existed since the beginning of mankind. And it's it's easy to forget that kind of stuff, of how remarkable of a time it is to be in crypto and to be alive and to have this opportunity. So many people get caught up in the short-term game. So many people get caught up in the fear and all the negative stuff that's going out in the world. But there's more positive happening today than ever before. It just doesn't get reported on nearly as much because the negative gets a lot more clicks, gets a lot more headlines. A lot of people would rather spend their time thinking and ruminating on negative things than positive things. It takes more energy to see the positive than it does the negative. So this revolution that we're about to experience, if you guys are here in the chat, if you guys have been here through a cycle or two already, you guys probably already get this. You don't need me to say this to you. You already know this, but it's a good reminder. Sometimes I forget because we've been doing this for such a long time that, we are dead center in the best industry, the most revolutionary industry that's just getting started. We've watched this. I mean, I remember when we were at, I think, a 200 billion market cap total, everything.
I know.
Everything.
And we're celebrating like crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because the price is moving.
I remember when it
like,
hit 500 billion. I remember everybody freaked out when the total market cap hit $1 trillion. Now Bitcoin's sitting at, I think, 2 trillion by itself. Is that right? Yeah, almost.
Right around there.
Approximately. Yeah, it was when it was at 100K. So it's like, this is gonna be a 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 trillion dollar industry as time goes on. And don't listen to people that say you missed out. Don't, you're still early for the grand scheme of the world as it comes to these assets. And there's going to be a lot of shakeups. There's going to be a lot of changes. But I'm so excited. I'm so bullish, and it's so blessed to be able to be here with all of you guys, with the Disco fam, with all of you guys out there on X. And if you guys haven't, smash that like button if you love being early. Retweet, share it out there for everybody else out there who isn't in on this yet. Hopefully you guys are getting your friends and family in, because this is, everybody talks about this. This illustrates my point perfectly. How many fear headlines have you heard about AI recently? Oh, AI is going to take over all of our jobs. AI is going to replace
That's
all
all mainstream media does.
Exactly.
Right?
Now, with this industry that we're in right now, we're at a place where we can actually participate in that, and it's not a scary thing. That's actually a good thing. We're going to be able to be on the ground level, on the infrastructure level of a lot of these opportunities, to where AI coming up and seeing, its full proliferation into bettering society. That's going to be great for us, because we're going to be able to get way more. I mean, we love using AI here. We're way more functional with AI today than we were a year ago. We're able to do way more with way less. And that doesn't mean less in our pockets. It actually means more, so it's an incredible time to be alive, incredible time to be in crypto. I did want to touch on, since we were talking about it, I did go back and look and find that graph I was talking about. Let's see, the protocols here. Crypto protocols have no moats, but Aave has a 65% market share in their lending sector. So this was the graph I was talking about. Aave, 65.3% current active loans on the market. And then here you see Morpho right there sitting at number 2, 8.8% with 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion loans on Morpho right now. So you were looking at TVL, that's total value locked. That's money locked up to take these loans. Obviously, Aave with 11 billion, which is just insane. But the next closest, Spark protocol, which doesn't really get a lot of coverage. Compound way down here has been around way longer, so it's not even close. Aave dominating the market, but if you want a much lower market cap play, Morpho with the backing of Coinbase, another great pick there. So yeah,
that's so
sorry,
crazy.
I was ranting, but go ahead.
No, I mean, there's so much, because I see a great comment. It's like, my family won't listen. The dollar is the best currency, and I can go to another country and my dollar gets me more. Can't see that, and they can't see past that in the bigger issue. And what you're saying, TJ, I think is really underestimated, because when we think about like the greatest advancements in humanity, we talk about the creation of the pen, where you can transcribe information from one person to the next, even after they die, right? Transfer of information, that's great. Transportation, right, with the wheel. And then we see our economy over the last few decades be moved to a digital economy at large. And this is undeniable. The strongest companies, even tangible goods companies like Amazon, they're internet based. And Amazon starts with just selling books. And then now I have an Amazon driver showing up 4 or 5 times a day at my house, because my wife gets some cream, and then she gets some special product that she finds, and it really opens up the product marketplace. Now Amazon is turning into this massive outlet for tangible goods, but it's on the internet, right? So we've seen the economy basically turn from Wall Street, Main Street, to now the digital street. Bitcoin is a way to transfer that value electronically. And when we talk about, they could just do it all with credit cards online, it's that the finality of that transaction is not done immediately. The messaging is happening, but the finality and the actual money in the hand of the producer doesn't happen immediately. Crypto is here to change that, where we have ways, and this is all being built out through FedNow, and the Federal Reserve in and of itself is building this framework. But Bitcoin is as big of an invention, and crypto as the invention of the pen, in my opinion, where you are now looking at the next evolution in how value is changed over, and the producers are able to get that value extracted from the retail, the person that's buying the product, immediately. And if we're thinking that they're not going to want to move into that next generation, they want to continue waiting a week or 2 weeks for the finality of that transaction, you're kidding yourself. These companies, there's nothing more that they want than to lock up that value from their sale immediately. And this is a pretty amazing time. So what TJ is talking about, like, it's a baseline framework of how society is changing. And we need to come to the level of where the average person is right now to explain those things in the most simplest of terms, so that they can not be surprised, because a lot of people are, TJ talked about it. We use AI. We get a lot of things done with a very small team now. We're able to produce even more content. It's kind of crazy, and I didn't expect this 5 or 6 years ago. But here we are. Now we see AI's applications being built in the background, and really we're not going to see it in aggregate rolled across the entire American people until we increase our energy production capability. And we see more and more production out of plants like the TSMC plant in Arizona. I think it's coming, but we have a few years of that. And what the future is going to look like is, if you don't know how to utilize and leverage AI systems, and if you're not invested into disruptive technology like Bitcoin, or let's say Chainlink, or things that are actually integrated with the next version of the internet, there is a fear in my mind that a lot of people are going to be left out. And so that's kind of where the driving factor of waking up and trying to explain this to the masses, and also communicating with my people that are holding their bags currently, right? I mean, we're always trying to build the best bags for everyone that's already in, but a lot of it is understanding how to meet the average person on their level. And it's not that their level is lower than ours, it's that they're on a different level, where they're in the existing system. And we have to look at that and, really do our best to explain what it does look like is coming. And, Kyle Chasse came out with something pretty incredible. If you guys want to riff on this, it's the White House talking about gold reserves might be used to purchase this Bitcoin for the strategic reserve. TJ, you always have great input when it comes to this, but in my mind, I'm sitting here understanding that our valuation of gold is at the gold price levels of like the 70s or the 80s or something like that. Or like on the books, each ounce is worth like $18.
Yeah,
right?
I think it was valued around like $40 instead of like 3,000 or whatever it is today. So yeah, that is an interesting theory to talk about. I think a lot of that is getting overhyped somewhat. I don't think we're gonna sell any of our gold. I think there's plenty of other ways that the U.S. government can accumulate Bitcoin. They've got a decent reserve to start, assuming that they've still got that 200K ish that they're supposed to have, which I think they do. I think they're going to really use this. There's a reason you see the Trump family moving towards mining, and there's a reason you see mining stocks, increasing in value exponentially. It comes back to that other, the energy conversation you mentioned earlier. We have a lot of wasted energy, and now there's a way to capture that and turn that into value and store that for the future. I think that is a much more realistic way that the United States is going to move towards accumulating Bitcoin. It also bleeds into manufacturing, and it moves, like it's bringing the creation of Bitcoin back to the U.S. shores and everything that really Trump is all about. So I think that is very likely, and that's it. I want to make another point or two, and then man, Josh's Foods here is making me really hungry. I got to go check some emails and stuff and get out of here. But and then I will be right. No, thank you. It's chicken. Okay, I'll eat chicken.
What?
I'm trying to stay very lean right now. So.
Yeah, there was actually the EIA. I don't know if you guys saw this report from March 25th, but they're now actually anticipating the Bitcoin miners, crypto mining operations may now consume up to 2.3% of U.S. electricity. This is according to the Department of Energy. So, and they've been focusing on this because of the Bitcoin lobbying bills. And I can tell you guys right now in the chat, like I'm somebody that's been a huge advocate for this to constituents and state legislators. Like the Bitcoin mining application of consuming the energy market is whether it's stabilizing power grids, accessing landfills, or focusing on just even flare emissions or whatever excess energy is created in the U.S. There's trillions of dollars of excess value that could be captured here. And I think it's one of the best and easiest approaches to budget neutral accumulation for the United States government. Now, it won't be the first, because what will more likely happen first is they're going to create tax incentives or something that just go to establishing or borrowing against, for example, gold. I think was one of the digital asset committees under Bo Hines' ideas, where they're going to accumulate roughly 1 million Bitcoin at zero cost or expense of the U.S. taxpayer just through current commodities that they already hold. But this is a huge way to incentivize that. And I think you're going to see it through tax incentives. You're going to see it through the carbon credit market, which was developed by BlackRock and a lot of your institutions, lobbied for by multiple different Wall Street financial institutions. ESG, you guys know the standard. Very corrupted system that I would argue definitely well over 50% of it is abused, if not wasted. Is it considered fraud? Not necessarily, because it's legally obtainable, but it is a wasted, insufficient system. And there's even reports here through Vera. Let me pull this up. Vera of Phantom credits. Like, I have covered this for years and years and years. And the real reporters, this is kind of like NGOs. This is kind of like USAID, right? This is why I have a huge problem with a lot of these government organizations that people on the surface think are a good thing. But when reality, when USAID or these carbon credit systems actually send the funds, let's say they send millions of dollars to a fund in the Amazon here, and it's supposed to work on supporting, avenues against deforestation. It's supposed to be about planting trees. It's supposed to be positive environmental impact and, carbon standards. It turns out that the majority of the funds sent to these NGOs or these carbon offset certifiers ultimately waste it, and there's no traceability. Once the money is there, nobody knows where it goes, and that is not only an incredibly insufficient system. In my eyes, that is fraud. If you can't audit that, that is a form of fraud. Because we have no idea how the overall net impact is actually being on the market. So when these scientists in these local communities that aren't actually on the ground looking at the deforestation measures or the carbon credit system, they're just in a fancy office in the US or in the EU sitting on some commissioner seats. They're taking the data points that are just all based off assumptions that they're doing an X amount of output. And so Bitcoin mining could be not only the solution to ESG, I call it true ESG. I've been calling this for years and years and years. This is what I talked to Ron DeSantis' team about. Was essentially we could tokenize all that energy by simply connecting Bitcoin modulars through modular containers on these facilities across
100%.
the world, and you can capture that excess energy. So,
Josh, were
very,
you
very
surprised?
excited.
Like, I got to highlight this. Like, I think it was 2 years ago, Joe Biden put out an executive order that included this capturing methane flares and mining Bitcoin. Does that surprise you? Everyone says it's not bipartisan. Biden cooked it into his executive order on crypto. There's a lot of scary language and trying to move Operation Choke Point 2.0 forward. He was basically trying to stop retail from their access points on and off crypto, but he was building out government involvement with methane flares anyways, right? Does that kind of surprise you that that Biden was also in on this and
No,
interested in this?
Biden has no idea what's going on in the oil market. He was smart 10 years ago, but he had no idea what was happening there. The entire campaign for the 2021 Democrats was environmental friendliness. And then they passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We're supposed to have hundreds of billions of dollars allocated to environmental cleanup. Turns out that the majority of that actually did the complete opposite. They realized after removing all of the Trump executive, energy market sectors, right when they came into office, they removed hundreds and hundreds of orders. Essentially they had to flip the script. And so if you guys don't believe me, I'm just using literally facts here. This is called the Willow Project. I'm somebody that got hundreds of thousands of people on our TikTok to help go support and try to turn down this Willow Project. This goes against every Democratic. I don't know what happened to Democrats in the last 4 years, but they went from being environmentalists to just not giving a fuck about the environment. So the Willow Project here was a huge oil operation drilling project by ConocoPhillips located up above in the north of Alaska. And everybody wanted to petition against this because the operation would essentially just completely environmentally wreck the caribou and all the animals in the forest that exist up there. And so there's a huge move against this around when BLM was happening. But a lot of the funding went back to the energy sector because what they realized is when Trump printed the $7 trillion, they love to blame inflation on the Trump administration. And that does cause inflation. But what really impacted it and made it even worse was the fact that we made energy prices to start to go incredibly elevated. They didn't open up any of the pipelines. They closed down a bunch of different energy issues. The EPA started and the Department of Energy. They slapped on even more regulations to the energy sector. And the energy output is the fundamental reasoning behind all inflation. If your energy costs are lower, the cost of your entire supply chain, from gas to the trucks that ship it from picking up at a facility, from the manufacturing facility that processes and uses energy, to all the gasoline shipping through all the supply chains, going through all the straits, etc. And so that is where the Inflation Reduction Act came in, and they realized, oh shit, we messed up. We need to revert this. And in 2022, 2023, they started converting all that, including things like the Willow Project, where they started approving more oil drilling, where they started approving more liquefied natural gas initiatives, where they started approving more pipelines. And so they had to revert because we're in an oil-driven economy. That's never going to change. And we do not have the infrastructure to switch to EV. And we won't have the infrastructure to switch to EV for 50 to 100 years. Like if you wanted to actually map out, it's like by 2050 is some of their initiatives. And we all know the government never meets those marks. And that's still like 25 years from today. So what you could do with Bitcoin mining to offset all of this is fuck that. Stop giving the hundreds of billions of dollars to all these carbon credit market issuers that are obviously having a negative impact on their economy. Bitcoin mining could allow us to produce more oil, capture all the flare emissions and everything that's being developed by ConocoPhillips, who has pilot programs alongside ExxonMobil with Bitcoin modulars. And you can now capture that excess energy and you can mitigate the majority of the carbon emissions and the greenhouse emissions leaking into the atmosphere. Yeah. So we should be producing more energy than ever. We should not only be energy dependent in the United States, independent in the United States. We should also be the largest net exporter, which we are. And we should elevate that by times 10. We can actually produce all this energy.
There's $50 trillion worth of it in the Gulf of America. Okay, I refuse to call it Gulf of Mexico anymore. But there is a lot of value that we can tap in that Gulf. And what you're saying, I think it's such a high level conversation. A lot of people, it goes way over the head, and it even goes as deep here in Georgia. Like our energy infrastructure across the country needs a lot of help and a lot of money put into it to upgrade it. Because guess what? If we want AI, we're going to have to produce a lot more power, and the throughput spots for that power, where it's going to go, needs to be upgraded.
And breaking news.
What's that?
This is something I don't have a doubt in my mind that there's people that I've talked to and help, extravagate these ideas. Ted Cruz proposed a bill to power Bitcoin mining with wasted gas. So this is happening today. This is the Flare Act. This is something I know a lot. Those are the flare emissions. All your flare emissions will be essentially converted to the Bitcoin power grids. And I didn't even mean to pull that up. That was just announced literally 8 hours ago. So if you guys don't think this is possible, if you don't think this is already happening today through Crusoe Energy, through CleanSpark, through many different Bitcoin mining initiatives. And all that it takes is the education now. And if we get these bills and we get these power agreements, this is a huge way for both states and the federal government to accumulate Bitcoin on a budget neutral position and create more energy than ever.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of CleanSpark in Georgia, the power grid, I don't know if you even know this, Josh, CleanSpark, one of their biggest facilities is about 45 minutes from here. We've done stuff with them in the past, not too far from here, and they've done an incredible job updating the power grid, making things more efficient. I do want to bring us back to, the topic of today, some of the stuff we're going to be covering.
Yeah, I'm passionate, my bad.
No, this is great. This is a wonderful conversation. Chats going back and forth about energy. I think it's very, this is the important conversation about where we're heading today. And it does tie back into, a lot of what's happening within Washington, D.C. and with the major power players in this space around the world. There's over 7,000 people watching right now. Guys, if you're new here, hit that like button, hit that share button. Make sure to follow us. We're live every single weekday covering how to make money in crypto, as well as breaking news, covering altcoins and macro and technical data here on this channel. We do it. We eat, sleep, and breathe crypto. I did want to share this video, and then I sent you a couple things in DMs that you might want to touch on, Josh, as far as like news is going right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to answer Austin. He's like, Josh thinks he influenced Ted Cruz. That's not what I said. I've talked to his constituents. It's cool. I've seen this happen I spoke with, you can look on the Instagram. I had a private dinner with Ron DeSantis, who's running for the presidential campaign on an exact Flare Act. So it's cool to see, what I'm talking about, it is amazing to see that how far the legislators and our constituents have gone over the course of the last 2 years to make this happen, because I've been speaking about this for since 2020.
This is when I first found you, this is something you were talking about a lot, and like you said, helping in the state of Florida do a lot of this sort of stuff. So, and guys, just so you know, we do a lot of stuff here that we don't always talk about on the stream. Some of it for like right now, some NDA stuff and some of that going on there's a lot going on behind the scenes in crypto right now that we're going to hopefully be able to reveal very soon. But we are advocates for Bitcoin. We're advocates for the US. We're all big patriots here. We're very proud to see what's happening, proud to see them bringing this industry back on shore, proud to see, like Josh mentioned earlier, the end of Operation Choke Point 2.0. But I did want to share this video from Coinbase because you guys were talking about this being a partisan versus non-partisan issue. I've got Brian Armstrong here, and I'm going to play this real quick, and then I'll leave you guys to chat a little bit, and I'll be right back. But
this is really the most bipartisan issue in DC right now. Crypto, everybody wants to get legislation passed. And it's really exciting that we've seen both the House and the Senate take up drafts of the stablecoin bill. There's good parts of both. We're going to defer to them on how to work together and get something that the president can sign. And it's really exciting that we're not just seeing stablecoin legislation coming to fruition, but there's a lot of momentum on market structure legislation as well that helps categorize which of these crypto assets are securities, commodities, payment tokens, or some other thing like artwork.
So yeah, it's interesting to hear them, like this is the first this is not a political issue for the most part at this point. This is if you're not for this innovation, this revolution, you're not getting voted for. And that's
Right.
what changes politicians' minds a lot of time. It's not where the money is and it's not where the votes are. They're not going to go there. And so you do not want to oppose Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin came up against, it's an incredible time. I keep saying this is the best time to be in crypto right now. Bitcoin came up against the US government, and the US dollar had to back down. The US dollar, the Fed couldn't fight Bitcoin. And now it's having to adapt its playbook that it's been trying to run for about the last 100 years. And it's having to adapt or die, basically. And Bitcoin is winning. Blockchain and crypto is winning. And if you try to stand against it, the IMF tried to come up against it. They lost, so it's time and time again. And shout out to CoinsChick gifting the Blockchain Basement membership there. Loving the community. Love seeing the love in the air and all of the shares. And if you guys aren't a member, join the Blockchain Basement. Like I mentioned earlier in this stream, we've got big stuff coming with our Discord community for all of you guys who want to learn how to be more sophisticated investors, want to manage your risk, want to run DeFi strategies with delta neutral options. A lot of that stuff is coming. We've been working very hard on a lot of these type of things. We're going to be rolling it out soon. So great live stream today. We've been live for 3 hours already. We've got, like I said, almost 7,200 people watching across all of our streaming channels. I probably will tap 10K before the end of the day. We do have Trump speaking a little bit later this afternoon. So I will leave you two in good hands. Aaron, you've got the keys. I'm going to tap out at the 3 hour mark, and I will be back to check in on you guys shortly.
Love it. And shout Green Day Profits, keeping the community safe and also keeping the members growing here. He's got 5 more members to shout out to, man. What TJ just said though, Josh, I think there's some expanding that we could do on this, right? Because today, Trump is calling today Liberation Day. It's all based around this, basically a national interest that Trump's trying to lock in, threatening the rest of the world with hardcore tariffs if they don't come to our level and start treating, America with more respect on an equal playing field when it comes to those tariffs, because there's something our country used to be funded in a very, very different way previous to the Federal Reserve. Bitcoin, the immovable, unstoppable force meeting the immovable object of the United States government. And my God, it's incredible to see us winning. But I do want to watch this clip just kind of explaining what America was and how tariffs used to interact with the country as we know it here. Let's see if it pulls it up.
It's important to remember that tariffs aren't just tools for trade wars. They're a key part of economic independence. Before income tax was introduced in 1913, tariffs were the main source of revenue for the U.S. government. This allowed the country to fund itself and grow without directly taxing citizens. Tariffs protect American workers and industries from being undercut by low-cost, lower-quality foreign goods, allowing American businesses to compete and thrive. By levying tariffs, we maintain jobs and encourage domestic production, both crucial for national security and prosperity. Tariffs also help the U.S. negotiate better trade deals, pushing other countries to lower their trade barriers in exchange. So, who would oppose tariffs? Globalists, corrupt politicians, and crooked elites whose only care is wealth and power. They take advantage of cheap labor and lax regulations abroad. They take advantage of you. Enough is enough. Tariffs are about valuing our workers, our consumers, and our nation. Let's keep jobs in America and use tariffs the way our forefathers did, to protect our economy and our future. We need strong economic policies. We need tariffs, not taxes.
So, and this is the kind of Americana that it's going to cause some pain in the short term, probably, right? If we have to switch back to
Already
this
has.
kind of national view, I don't want to say the word in true because it'll get your channel demonetized, Josh, but how far we've gone into this kind of like globalist trade setup has, God, I just said that word too. Gosh.
You can say that.
Is
You're fine. You can say globalist.
It's
Usually doesn't care
very,
about that. Yeah, you're good.
it's pre-Federal Reserve though. You know what I mean? And TJ said it best. It's like, Trump is at the front and he's kind of leading up the imagery and the movements of America. But really, who's got the hand on the steering wheel is the Federal Reserve, the organization, the private organization that's in control of the money of the most powerful nation on the planet is truly in control right now. So seeing these movements of tariffs, very, very scary for the market. And there's, a lot of, concerns that Wall Street's going to collapse and this is the end of cheap Walmart goods as we know it. You know what? Like I come from a manufacturing and military family, and seeing those jobs on the manufacturing side be outsourced to the rest of the world for dirt cheap labor and basically undercutting American people out of their their way that they're mining fiat has been very, very aggravating for me to see. And so, you know what? I'm here for that pain. I'm not going to back off and be like, oh, you know what? This pain on my little crypto bags or on Wall Street is too much. No, we need to go back to taking advantage of America for the betterment of China and all these other countries that have been taking advantage of us, stealing our intellectual property, and then forcing their constituents to produce them at slave labor level wages and have to put suicide nets around the buildings. That's something that is bad for humanity and bad for people in general. And I really I think that the pain is worth the gain, folks. I got a great shout out. What was that? Jay Charles. You guys are talking like real patriots. Maybe my new favorite crypto live stream. Shout out to you, man. Liberty and crypto. That's how you do it. It's liberty through crypto.
Crypto is crypto is the most American thing you get. It's like why people, when they say stop mixing politics with crypto. So no, crypto's the most political attribute you can possibly be a part of, because you're literally going against the bank. You're going against the system. You're saying, hey, we retail want to focus on the working class. We want the same access points. We want the same borrowing measure. We want to be able to do anything we need to with our monetary values without somebody having a government oversight. It's very libertarian in its early beliefs. But I pulled up this chart here. This is probably the most important thing that people need to watch, is why tariffs are important. Now, of course, I wish I predicted that the markets would be so negative and that Democrats and liberals would start burning down Tesla dealerships and just cause mass chaos. But, of course, it is what it is. We're at $36.6 trillion in the U.S. national debt. And you notice how the number is just going up. It's not going down. We have to. This is not a question of when or if. It's like, if you want your grandchildren or your children to have a retirement, to have a 401k, to have Social Security, to be able to afford the American dream, we have to make effective change right now, today. And the way you do so is with tariffs. The answer is never more taxes. Name one time in history that more taxes meant more prosperity. It's never existed. And socialists, they love to live in this illusional smoke and mirror multiverse that somehow causing more taxes is going to benefit the working class and people overall. It never works. It's why we left the UK, which is in complete shambles, which was over, by the way, I think a 2% T tax. Right. And then moving forward, you have to ask yourself, like, I'm someone that's raising money in the United States. It's when I'm sitting down with these state legislators and these policymakers, why am I fucking traveling to Saudi Arabia or Japan or Singapore to raise money for a US based company? Why am I launching a United States company and then hiring outside the United States? Right. Why is all of the money that I'm accumulating going back to investors outside that makes no sense, right? But it's because over the last 2 decades, and I would argue since 1971, everybody got too comfortable. We were in a time of quote unquote peace, even though you're going through the Cold War, et cetera, yada, yada. This is at the time where the middle class had the most amount of money, and they set up themselves for, their retirements, et cetera, that we're living through today. This is why people in their 20s don't believe Social Security is going to be around in 50 years. They don't believe, because of the U.S. national debt, that we'll even be able to have that or obtain those retirement funds, because the government won't be able to afford it. And so we have to reverse this. And the answer is tariffs. And it's not even like we have to slap on these crazy hardships, which is, and by the way, guys, I'm not I'm not the moral or ethical police on this, right? Like there is going to be hundreds of thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of federal jobs that are let go. And that is going to suck for, a lot of those are going to be single family parents. A lot of those are going to be people that have been working for 35 years. But we're at a point in history where change needs to be affected. It needs to happen now. And if we don't do so, the United States is going to go completely bankrupt. And we're going to lose that value of that world reserve.
Those federal workers, if they have tangible skills, will land on their feet and go do something else. Like I saw this snippet of this crying IRS agent who's sad that he can't go steal from people more. And it's just like, these seem like crocodile tears to me. I see a lot of overbloating in that debt clock that you showed. Would that amount saved by the Department of Government Efficiency when we started on Monday was at $248 billion. Now we're at $271 billion. It's Wednesday. It took a few days to save another $20 billion in fraudulent waste and spending within the United States government. That level, I mean, Josh, let's ask you this. We've seen, I think someone called me heartless. I have feelings. They're hunger and tired. Okay.
I don't think it's heartless. I think it's logic.
I mean,
it's like there's going to be hardships. Like you can't fix a national debt crisis of $36 trillion without harm. There's like some people are going to be affected. And that's where you have to have an executive authority, or again, the president of the United States makes some hard decisions. It's not supposed to be an easy job.
How much money do you think Elon's going to be able to? And now I know Elon's stepping out in like May or something like that, but the Department of Government Efficiency
he's not stepping out either. That's the headlines. That's what's so funny.
Okay,
he's stepping. He'll be in a supporting role. It was always 120 days that was the original contract
kind
agreement.
Of spearheading it.
Yep.
Gotcha. Yep. So how much money do you think they're going to be able to save in terms of this wasted spending they're finding? Because I've already seen like US AID or just AID in general is shutting down in total. And the NGOs, and it's something Veteran Crypto mentioned that me and him did a deep dive on the Inflation Reduction Act and where that money actually went. Majority of that Inflation Reduction Act money made it straight into the hands of the same NGOs that started up the Summer of Love that caused tens of billions of dollars in damage to the United States from the civil unrest that followed the Summer of Love. So most of that Inflation Reduction Act money made it to the hands of NGOs. But, it's like when I see the velocity of savings that the Department of Government Efficiency is coming out with, I'm thinking that they could get into the multi-trillion dollars of savings for the U.S. Is that too much hope, do you think, Josh?
I think he's going to do what exactly he said he's going to do. He's going to save $1 trillion. They say they could do $1 trillion by May 20th or whatever the timeline is and the date is. And I think that's quite feasible. Now,
we'll see if that
happens,
trillion?
right?
It doesn't fix the whole 36 trillion though.
No, it doesn't fix. I mean, I really don't care even if Elon Musk does the trillion. I think that's just the beginning. I mean, I think it's noble work. And if he even, what's crazy to me is like headlines are going to try to make it, well, actually it was only 732 billion after all these lawsuits and things are revoked. And it's like, okay, what are you arguing over? There should be no waste. So like you're defending, oh, it's only a rounding area. It's only $30 billion that's wasted. It's like, fuck you. That's my taxpayer dollar.
Yeah. I mean, that's the point of it.
What I want to see, and we're just not going to see this, okay, is because, for everybody in chat, there's things I don't agree with this administration. For example, someone said, Josh, you have to agree that the meme coin's not good. I don't like Trump's meme coin. I think it was terrible that they launched that, the whole Melania thing. But like it happened. So now we have to move forward and go, okay, what does this mean? Even though I dislike the meme liquidity draining and inside trading that obviously definitely occurred on that network. There is a positive to it. And that is if Donald Trump launched a meme coin, you're more or less going to see massive deregulation and lawsuits drop from the SEC. It's exactly what we saw. And so it's, again, there's things I don't agree with, but we are currently stuck with this administrative. We are going to be here for another 4 years. So it's like you have to start going, okay, if these are their fiscal policies, how are these going to affect us? How do we move forward? Right. With Elon Musk, the $1 trillion debt, that's great. Sure. Okay. Like, right. Let's say they reduce the deficit by $1 trillion. Let's say the Federal Reserve magically reduces interest rates. We could refinance the $7 trillion in debt that we have to refinance in June It's like 6.3 trillion or something like that we have to refinance in June.
And
This
that's
is
a nasty subject. What you just said, you
Yeah.
said it quick, but it matters a lot.
Yeah.
$7
Well,
trillion.
So that's my point, is what I would like to see is a 3% deficit limit on all of Congress, both Republican and Democrat. And if the Congress goes over a 3% deficit, no Congress individual is up for re-election.
Yeah.
That will hold our politicians accountable. That will it won't eliminate lobbying, but it will hold lobbying accountable as well and make it more realistic. And that will allow us to now have at least what we need to do is eliminate the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling is bullshit. The debt ceiling conversation has been lifted, whatever, fucking 57 times in the last 20 years. They're always going to raise the debt ceiling. It is used as a political football and political jargon for the mainstream media and Democrats and Republicans to try to get last minute legislated in and cause a ruckus that goes absolutely nowhere and always inevitably leads in upside debt ceilings. They always raise it. They need to create an unlimited debt ceiling, but after they put a 3% deficit. That will start allowing us to actually hold and see some real accountability. And that will allow Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, to finally stop wasting countless weeks on bullshit debt ceiling bills or ceiling raises. So there's a lot of things I think we need to do. But like the problem is it's not as simple. That seems black and white. We can't just do that. Good luck getting, the majority of the House to agree on that, right? Like that's another impossible task. So like what can I focus on right now? I can focus on state level legislator on a crypto front or a policy front that I think in 10 to 15 years will impact our markets more than not. So in this case, this is why I'm such a huge advocate for stablecoins and retail and revoking things like bit license and opening up access to more US entrepreneurs. If we bring all the Web3 US entrepreneurs, especially all the stablecoin, the tokenization, all that development back to the states with tax incentives, and we force states to become the largest net buyers of US treasuries, we are now going to have a very powerful say in what happens within our Congress in our lobbies, because now the banks rely on the people for our cash depositories. And they don't rely on that at all right now. They don't need any cash. They have 0% in terms of what they lend out. They did this in COVID-19. So it's an uphill battle. There's a lot of obstacles. And if you're going to beat the game, you have to, I love the people out there that want to be independent, that want to be some third party system. This is a two-party game. It will always be a two-party game. And so there is going to be, no matter what side you decide to try to obtain this from, there's people that are going to be hurt and there's people that are going to benefit. And it's that struggle and that balance where you have to kind of find that middle ground to move forward.
Well, and there's so much that we can expand upon from what because we're talking about like the basis of my approach to crypto is like freedom through crypto, being able to hold the Bitcoin without the bank being able to take the Bitcoin should the bank go under from a situation you just talked about. $7 trillion need to be refinanced within this year, right? And they got the interest rates pretty high right now. In my mind, that plays into Jerome Powell's true decision on when and why to reduce the interest rate levels so that they can refinance the debt. And I think this is coming into where Trump is like, you are going to refinance or you're going to lower the interest rate so that we can refinance these levels at a lower interest rate and not, go into this deficit debt spiral that we are on the edge of. Now, with the interest rates and the game of it, the average person right now is really, really getting beat down while the banks are receiving that slight reduction in interest rates. Like mortgage interest rates have remained at a higher for longer standpoint right now, which has essentially left overall housing markets weaker for longer. And the sentiment on single family home buyers is at levels we haven't seen in decades. There are massive amounts of homes that are actually being artificially kept off the market to essentially try to increase the value of them, to try to keep the inventory as low as humanly possible, which is honestly kind of getting out of control at this point in places like Florida and a couple specific spots in Texas. But Stuart Miller of Lennar Homes, one of the biggest home builders in the United States, has said this across the housing landscape. Actionable demand has slowed materially, and they're seeing less demand. What do we got here?
Oh, that's not your screen. I tried sharing your screen.
Yeah, if you can. I mean, this is just this is pretty important for me when you talk about the Federal Reserve in a very, very concise way, Josh. And I think that the true elephant in the room for the Federal Reserve is staring down the barrel of this $7 trillion they have to, look at refinancing at these high interest rates that they have to keep high to try to bring inflation down.
Yeah.
It's a rock and a hard place. It's a horrible spot for Jerome Powell to be in right now.
I also don't necessarily even agree with that. I think it might be as simple as just start cutting interest rates by 25 basis points. We don't want QE. Don't print more money. Just start reducing your interest. The obvious answer here is re-leverage the private sector. Like, what's the most important thing in American society today? And I think type 1 in chat if you agree with this, type 2 if you don't. Wage growth. Inflation's not going to cool. We're not in a deflationary economy. So what we're watching and witnessing is disinflation. And it's a huge economical term that's very important to understand the difference between deflation and disinflation. The prices of your goods and services are never going to go back to pre-pandemic levels. Sure, maybe eggs or gas prices, they might alter, but on a broad economic scale, none of that is ever going to go back to it. And that's because we don't live in a deflating economy. What we need right now is inflation to be at a level that is sustainable, but outpaced by wage growth. And what I mean by that is simply re-leveraging the private sector to where we bring back the manufacturing of goods and services to the United States, where the United States, for the first time in a long time, once again becomes reliant on the majority of manufacturing globally. What that's going to do is create more demand for the US dollar, which is going to create more demand for growth domestic production within the United States, which is going to flow into larger wage growth for each and every single person in this chat. That right there, as soon as wages outpace inflation. So wage growth, for example, could be at 3%, where inflation at 1.8%. Or wage growth could be at 4.8%, and inflation can even be at 3.3%. Now, we know inflation is going to go back under 2% probably in about 6 to 12 months. And I'm talking like month over month. Year over year, you're probably looking at a year to 2 years. The deregulation of the energy sector, I think Trump can get us back to inflation levels that we saw in his first term, which was a historical low of 1.4%. So if we're at 1.4%, 1.5%, hell, even 2.2%, doesn't matter. But wage growth is outpacing that. Personal raisings start to rise. Consumer spending starts to increase. Consumer debt starts to be more obtainable. And that's where you start getting more money flowing back into the economy. And that's all done only by one thing. It's not by boosting the government. It's not by more government spending. That just creates more debt, which is kicking the can that we exist in currently further down the road and incites even more inflation. Government spending is the number one cause of inflation. It's by re-leveraging the private sector and giving the power back to the working class.
Absolutely.
Now, I know we can keep ranting about this nonstop. I do want to listen in a little bit here to the U.S. housing stablecoin hearing here. If you want to listen to it with me just for a few moments, it was Maxine Waters just spewing a bunch of bureaucratic bullshit, trying to get political takes and views prior for her campaign. But we do have Lynch here talking, so I just want to hear what they're saying here. And let me reshare my screen. Can you hear this audio?
I don't think it's coming through right now.
Okay, let me do this.
Let's see if we can
this is perfect. Yeah, we need to hear this right now.
Let's listen to that.
And we know that there's enough crypto supporters in the Congress, and we definitely know we've got a big crypto supporter in the White House. When they sign off on giving taxpayer money to the crypto company or the stablecoin issuer, when they bail them out with taxpayer money, this is looking at after the fact. After you do all that, we just want there to be some consequences that after a government bailout or emergency assistance,
it's max, guys.
There are consequences for the responsible party. This amendment would ban an issuer from issuing additional stable coins for a period of 1 year after they get bailed out, or until the Treasury conducts a full review of the soundness of the issuer themselves. So I don't know how you can be against this, because this would require the bailout this would require a failure that you refuse to admit will happen. So if you don't think there's any chance of the bailout being necessary, then you should be eager to vote for this bill, because it makes those difference. Allowing this bill to become law without the basic protections afforded in this amendment would be inviting the next financial disaster. I served on this committee during the 2008 financial crisis. The similarity there and here is this: there were new innovative financial products That's the thing. We didn't understand them. They were so complex, you know, CDOs, you know, the different constructs of secured mortgage securities were
Mortgage-backed
new.
securities. You got this.
Alan Greenspan and others, Ben Bernanke had always said that we've never seen the value of real estate drop in this country. And they bet on that never happening again until, of course, it happened. And then, as I said before, we had to bail out AIG and others to the tune of almost $800 billion.
They just had to bail them out again. 2024.
These institutions made
Silicon Valley.
reckless decisions in the name of so-called innovation. Not a single bank executive was ever held responsible or faced a meaningful level of accountability. Some companies did not even take a haircut and were bailed out with a profit. They were rewarded for their action in taking down the economy. So I have serious concerns about the potential for volatility in the global stablecoin market, because that has been the history here, and how closely it is tied to the volatility of crypto assets, also very volatile and unpredictable. Stablecoins are not isolated and serve as a conduit for buying, selling, borrowing, lending, and staking crypto assets. They're volatile by design, and this connection only deepens the risk to our broader financial system. As seen throughout previous financial crises, uninsured products are highly vulnerable to runs. The government has been forced to bail out money market funds and other short-term funding markets, most notably in 2023. The government rescued Silicon Valley Bank and $3.3 billion in Circle deposits, uninsured. This bill not only opens the door to more runs, it closely links stablecoins and crypto products to our broader financial system. In closing, given this vulnerable exposure, the government is likely, almost assuredly, to again bail out a failed stablecoin company. And if we're willing to provide a basic protection in this bill, such as requiring issuers be FDIC insured, we must at least protect the American taxpayer and hold issuers accountable. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I actually,
Seeks recognition.
so I have the answer to this, and I knew this was coming from this because essentially we shouldn't, and this is where banks have to come in, and it's why people have been calling me a Fed lately, is we can't.
It's the haircut, Josh. You know it's because of the haircut.
Like for me, I am somebody that wants to end the Fed. Is that realistic? No. Like it's almost impossible to be able to see that. Like you've seen, Donald Trump's been trying to literally deport MS-13 criminals, and district judges are preventing that. And you think that we could eliminate an entire Federal Reserve that's been established since 1913 that's responsible for almost all of our monetary policy?
It would take an act of Congress.
Take an act of God. It would take an act of God, dude.
Yeah.
So like my point to that is, how do we do this? Well, this is where I think and this isn't an idea that's been presented yet. It's something that's being worked on the back end. Wyoming's launching their WY stablecoin, but it's where states they can't offer, and this is how I think it should operate. States can't offer yield off a stablecoin. So what states can do is they can launch and issue a stablecoin that's one-to-one backed by a U.S. Treasury market. And then what we do is, instead of including DeFi and yield applications to the Stable Act, you remove that and put it into a DeFi bill. So what this would actually do is now force the states to rely on custody. Okay, give the banks what they want. The banks, all they give a fuck is they want transaction fees. Give them what they want. They can custody the stable coins for the states, and they can earn, money yield off the U.S. Treasuries on the back end, however they want, through their own custodial accounts.
Well, I think it's going to be those bit bonds. Those bit bonds are going to come into play. That's
municipal bonds, 100%.
Yeah.
So how you get access to DeFi is the state can't, we make the on-ramps available, but you make it separate from the state and the bank so that they do not rely on the state and the bank. So, for example, this is where an Aldo or a Chainlink or Aves or DeFi lending protocols, you can have subcommittees vote to say, we want to allocate, 1% of these funds to a DeFi liquidity pool that generates yield to produce grant programs or scholarships for a local community, right? This is where you open up that conversation. Now, of course, I know like it's easier said than done. We have to build the fundamental foundational layers by law and framework to get to that point. But that's the conversation we should be having, not a blanket oversight to where any stablecoin issuer could just launch within the United States. Because I do agree on the banking side of this. Look at FDUSD today, brother. Just depegged like literally moments ago on this live stream. FDUSD, Binance's stablecoin, just depegged by 5%. We are going to run into more bailouts than not if we do focus on this. So this would now, if it goes through this way, and I'm not saying I have the answer to this. I'm not the legal financial representative. I'm sure there's better ways to frame this or word this. But essentially, allocate it to where states and the issuers, whether it's like USDC, are very tightly regulated in the sense that they're purchasing US treasuries. They have to have that one-to-one backing. They have to have that proof of audit system that Chainlink is working on. And they're always able to account for in real time their short-term treasury markets. This would now let us not only have states become they're already the largest economies across the world. They would become the largest net buyers of, once again, US treasuries, creating a massive global demand for those, bringing other countries to want to launch and establish stablecoins within our country back to US dollars. I'm hugely against central bank digital currencies. I think CBDCs are toxic. I think they're going to always end up in almost failure. So that's a conversation for outside the United States if people believe it on that. But either way, if you got thoughts on that, let me know.
I mean,
and then
there's
we'll
a
roll
lot
into
that I'm
some
thinking
more
about
of this conversation.
Well, I mean, we have the framework and we're going after the strategic Bitcoin reserve. The easy win for America is the Bitcoin treasury, or like the Bitcoin bonds, within out of the treasury. And where I see this is a hyper vacuum being created of liquidity rushing to the United States from any country on the planet that decides not to do a bit bond of their own form, where people can earn yield off of the outlook of Bitcoin over time. This creates this cataclysmic, almost like, if anyone, you ever seen you've probably never seen the Never Ending Story, but essentially the world starts erasing everywhere that is not, it basically turns into a vacuum, a black hole. And this is where any country that doesn't adopt Bitcoin over the next 10 years, and they don't at least match the United States in the, treasuries being involved in Bitcoin, this is where we see that massive capital flight. And I think that it's kind of scary for anyone that's in a country that's just outwardly against Bitcoin adoption on a nation state level. And if treasury bonds, or if they're holding those state backed notes, if they're looking at a situation where their country is going to just flat out refuse involvement in Bitcoin bonds and trying to match the American outlook for this, you're going to see a capital flight like we have never seen before. And that is where things can start evaporating, like we saw in the Never Ending Story, where the literal ground beneath your financial feet is just whisked away. So, it is going to be very contentious when it's not if, it is a when, in my opinion, when the United States does these Bitcoin backed bonds. And really with that, when we see, like you've been covering, and me in the basement, I covered Aldo very, very early, because like tokenized treasuries opens up an entire new pathway for the US to offload treasuries to really anyone across the planet. Josh, I'd seen some pretty good questions in relation to Aldo rolling out its own specific chain, because Aldo is on Ethereum right now. But if they're rolling out their own specific chain, do you think that the specific chain for Aldo is even necessary, or why do you think that they're rolling out that kind of own insular house for them to run their own chain?
Yeah, so the reason why Aldo is implementing their own chain is there's a lot of things on top of Ethereum that they don't need to utilize, and they can launch a more efficient chain that's specific or specified towards tokenization. So what that looks like, we have a very descriptive outline, which I dropped an entire Aldo video, which you guys can definitely go watch on the YouTube channel here. But ultimately, it's because they're simply focused on one part of this market sector, and that is the tokenization of the stock market through Aldo Global Markets. So where Aldo is placing themselves is essentially as the next NASDAQ. That is what I look at them as, is they're going to be the ones that onboard and tokenize all the stocks for your large asset management companies and act as this new emerging asset, such as a NASDAQ, right? So On top of that, though, having their own chain, this is where the stablecoin conversation, they're thinking 5 years ahead. And you could listen to Nathan, their CEO, talk about this all the time with his ideas and thoughts on Larry Fink with tokenization. Is there's going to be a point where you can now tokenize your stocks and your stablecoins, or you can have your US treasuries, where everything's tokenized.
Right.
But now, because required by law, states can't necessarily access, or maybe certain stablecoin issuers can't access DeFi yield products. They have to go through a third-party lending protocol, and that is what Aldo offers. They have their own chain, their own DeFi protocols. It's called Flux. You can offer borrowing and lending mechanisms, etc. So this is where they start positioning themselves as a key player to act as essentially a NASDAQ would be the right term, but with so much more application, with borrowing and lending attributes for retailers. And I'm going to give it one more step further here, because I want you guys to think of how big this is. And we're going to share the screen right here. This has also opened up a new form of investment utility. So you guys know I've been working with Chainlink for a very long time, and they launched their marketplace. Essentially, how I look at this is, as these miners start being able to access these new global energy markets, these wasted markets, they're going to get access to carbon credit initiatives. They're going to get access to new tax incentives. They're going to get, massive yield opportunities that weren't once obtainable because they're accessing a negative energy market, and they're going to be able to offer better yield percentages. So they just launched their platform, and I have a really cool announcement. I'm going to be talking to them Monday or Tuesday, because I want to integrate this and do a really cool retail product. But essentially soon, on top of like Aldo and Chainlink, if you want to just earn yield off Bitcoin miners, literally in USDC, not in Chainlink, not in Bitcoin, not in Ethereum, like you just want to earn yield off the negative energy market, you'll be able to purchase with cash or with whatever crypto you want directly into that network and earn yield off those attributes for all of the money and the wasted energy conversions we are creating. That is how far we are thinking down this pipeline. Like, you are, as a retailer, will be able to go, okay, there's now trillions upon trillions of dollars in this wasted energy, which I look at as the most valuable commodity on the planet. You want access to that wasted yield production that's being produced now off this new market. You can literally just click on literally click from an app, hit buy. You buy, either you can buy a full share, you can buy a fractionalized share. Maybe you only have $100. You can't buy a full, $50,000 miner, or, maybe you only have $5. You can earn yield off of that. And it's going to create new yield opportunities off what is quite literally the most sustainable market on the planet, US treasuries and the energy market. That is how deep we're going into this. And Chainlink, they just launched their marketplace. They're the first ones to do this, but they're developing a fractionalized marketplace where retailers can essentially come in, and they have partners with one of the largest Bitcoin miners in the world right now. You could buy directly into the miners that are generating yield off these new energy attributes. And you can see here, it's like 1 out of 100 people. So you could buy a full 100 share off an Antminer, or you can buy 1/100th, which is $51, right? And you as a retail can literally start earning yield off these mining conversions and these energy conversions. And this is only going to expand. So right now it's happening with Bitcoin miners, and I've been covering that for 4 years. But in 4 years from now, I expect you to be able to do it with real estate. I expect you to be able to do it with, even literally any, like, it could be gold, it could be orange juice, it could be wheat. Like, every single market or equities market is going to be tokenized, and you'll be able to fractionalize that so retail can access it for the first time. So that's the way, that's where we're progressing here, Drew, is it's all tokenization, and I want to be the one that's investing. I don't know if Aldo's the key player here. I don't. I think they're obviously the second largest player. They're a huge reason behind BlackRock's success. A lot of the RWA development. They held the Aldo Summit. They have the connections to BNY Mellon and all the big projects. They seem to have
in with Paul Atkins too, right? I mean, that's like
Paul Atkins
connection to Securitize, and I mean, I remember when MakerDAO had treasuries offerings through MakerDAO. I was like, this is going to change crypto. And then Aldo came out at like the perfect time in the market, honestly. And it is now my second biggest holding. It's right behind Chainlink, right? And obviously, I mean, Bitcoin, obviously there's the interest there and the hold there. But Aldo is kind of, in my opinion, one of the most exciting things. I mean, Chainlink has got all these great partnerships, and most of crypto, like 60% of it's already partnered up with it. So I think that it's strong there. But Aldo, not only in terms of like value, but just like the outlook and kind of the narrative control that Aldo's going to have over the next few years is very, very interesting to me. I do kind of want to sidetrack just a bit. I'll get your thoughts on this, Josh, because Bitcoin has pulled back just a bit while we've been talking. So we went from like 87.2 down to about 86.5.
Mm-hmm.
On my graph, I mean, this is kind of coming to a key level of that downward trend line on the top of just the candle bodies.
I don't know why we can't share your screen.
Oh, I'll share this here. I'll share it real quick.
There you go.
Yeah, so this is coming, we pumped above this kind of trend line, and I have a long in that I got in at 81.5. God bless. All right. So I actually have two longs at like 30x or something like this from this level. So I'm having a lot of fun with this. I'm wondering what your opinion is of this, because we have Trump is talking at 4 p.m. today. And, it's been very average for Bitcoin. I'd love your approach to kind of trading off the SPX and everything like that. He has an interesting choice to make the announcement after Wall Street closes, and we're trading after hours. Do you think this event, from where the market sits right now, is going to be a big dump back into this range, essentially? Or, are we set up for a little bit of kind of everyone knows what to expect now, because Canada and Mexico has already come out with their concessions for Trump and these tariffs he was looking to do?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had an answer to this. I don't have any insider knowledge on what the negotiations are going to be or what the announcements are. Like, for example, you can come out and say, look, it's reciprocal tariffs. Canada and these countries have made the agreement to reduce their tariffs against us. Therefore, we won't, be tariffing them. We could see it in the SPX right now. It's following suit right now. It's been falling since about 1:20 p.m. and it's now overextended. So it's like this also could just be a bit of a pullback here before the next push up towards $88,000. But really what's going to matter here is tariffs go through tomorrow. So they're going to go through tomorrow. We're now going to start seeing how much revenue is being generated from the tariffs for the American people. That's going to open up new headline stories, and that also might give a different direction on these markets. Canada folded today. Ontario folded today. Mexico folded today. India folded today. And so it's going to be very interesting to see, which countries, were all talk. And then when it actually came to starting to pay, they go, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll fold. We'll drop our tariffs against you guys, And so it's going to be, that's the interesting part of this is like, the European Commission can stand together and hold hands. But ultimately, it's going to be what are the actual, like how much of them are bluffing. And that's what Donald Trump is playing here. This isn't a short-term negotiation game. This is, I'm going to embed these tariffs and I'm going to see who can hold their guns. And that's exactly what we're watching take place here. And I've been on the positive side of this the entire time, saying these countries are going to fold. There's people out there that think Canada can somehow go to war with the United States and that we're completely reliant on their maple syrup. Not true. They have 300% tariffs. They have 300% tariffs on.
And what happened to Aunt Jemima? We need Aunt Jemima. That's called Aunt Jemima.
Jemima.
I was joking on Twitter, and I was like, they brought back Aunt Jemima, but they really should. Okay, especially if we go to this battle over maple syrup with Canada.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and like I love Canada. I'm like, dude, I've played ice hockey my whole life. Dude, there's nothing against like our neighbors are here. It's just talking about that fair trade agreement. And what I want to see is after the smoke and mirrors clears, we're in a very foggy environment, right? It's all about fear mongering, recession conversations. Who can give the biggest like, for example, the MS-13 father that was shipped off to the Venezuelan prison, it's like, or the El Salvadorian prison. They didn't mention that he was an MS-13 leader, and Homeland Security has tons of evidence against this. Yeah. It's because of headlines and that fear-mongering tactic to drive advertisement costs of revenues. That's where we're at today. So what I would like to see is what's the 3-month outlook after this? What are the negotiations that roll through with not only the tariff agreements, but maybe the sanctions that we have embedded on Russia and Iran, especially after today, right? If all these countries start folding to us, what does that look like against, Ukraine? Like Zelensky here continues to come to the United States. I'm going to sign a minerals deal. And then like goes, just kidding. Not going to do this. Like,
and wear a suit next time you come to the damn White House. What are you doing?
But it's not even just like Israel. Like, dude, like we've been giving them billions upon billions of dollars. And I find out today that Israel drops their tariffs against you. How the fuck are they tariffing the United States? And we're literally funding all their operations. It's like this is where like there's a point of logic. You just have to say this doesn't make sense. We're giving these countries billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, right, whether it's indirectly or directly, and yet they're tariffing us and taxing us It makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
They're hurting our American manufacturers. And so that's what I'm excited for, Drew. And I think we're going to get that announcement today. We're going to see the conversations. You brought it up earlier today. $5 trillion. I don't think it's 5 trillion. I think it's 4.3 if we want to get the exact numbers right. But that's been guaranteed to manufacturing and development in the U.S. This is from Stargate with the AI, from Oracle, from WorldCoin, from Saudi Arabia. They've allocated, I think, now upwards of $2 trillion. TSMC has promised money. SoftBank has promised money. The development's coming. And none of that is bearish, right? None of this $5 trillion in investment to the American manufacturing is bearish in the long term. So simply the conversation today is, how big of an impact is this going to be in the immediate term? Are we even going to see a blanket 20% tariff today at 4 p.m.? Or are we going to start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel? Are we going to start seeing, oh, these aren't actually as bad as the market made it out to be? And that is where we're going to have new calculations. And that is what I'm excited for here today. But yeah, I mean, anyways, if we want to pull up some more of the news here, I did pull up RWA.xyz just really quick here. If you guys want to know anything about real world assets on chain, I've been covering this website since this was well under $1 billion. U.S. Treasuries were under $100 million. Your two biggest products are Securitize and Aldo. Securitize is BlackRock and Chainlink's product, and then Aldo is, of course, the second largest RWA tokenized treasury platform you can even be a part of. So this is where I get all my RWA information, guys, as of for now. Definitely check it out if you guys are interested in that. We do have, I believe, Brad Sherman here, the famous Cobra coin man, speaking here soon. Kid Rock is nothing without Joe C. Random comment here. While still live, respect the grind. Yeah, we'll be live, guys, really quick, and I'll give you the mic here. If you guys could do us a favor, there's 7,600 people watching right now. Woo. Hit that like button across our channels. Hit the like button right now, guys. Just give us that thumbs up. If you're on X, please repost this video. Boost us into the algorithm. We're going to be live all day for about 6 hours here, going all the way to 4:30, and even 5:30 p.m. with all of the announcements of these tariff rollouts. We've been giving you guys the breaking news coverage with everything that's happened today, and we'll continue to roll that out for you guys. But if you appreciate these long-form, conversations and content, it just helps us out by simply liking the video for free, commenting on the video for free, and reposting if you're on X, guys. Much love.
All right. We got to talk about the Kid Rock suit. Okay. You know what? I'm going to use, but first off, you have a thought that I wanted to expand upon. It's like, you see these countries folding to Trump's tariff warnings, right? At aggregate. But one country, China, is actually restricting companies from investing in the United States in response to these newly imposed tariffs. This is a very interesting kind of shift. I feel like the unanimous BRICS movement is kind of breaking apart. Well, once I saw Trump and Putin be able to kind of openly discuss mineral trade, essentially, right? Because like the Ukraine, the deal was America was going to be able to go extract the minerals out of the Ukraine to replenish military hardware that we had already given the Ukraine to fight the war in Russia. But Putin's like, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. And so they offer us the same minerals at a great deal to go pull out of Russia instead. And so we see almost like this attempt at an alliance or just regular ceasefire and trade open back up for the United States and Russia, which in my mind, if I'm Xi Jinping, I'm like, wait a minute, you were my boo, you were my BRICS boo, and now you're starting to conversate with the United States about these trade negotiations once again. I think China's actually kind of the odd man out when it comes to this new peace agreement being set out. It's kind of an interesting thing because their Taiwanese military movements have not stopped. But with the TMC company producing a lot of material out of Arizona now, an American-based company, and even random states like Missouri, like planning to seize a bunch of land from China that is purchased out of China in Missouri. And now the Supreme Court comes out and it's like, you know what? No, we're actually going to take that for ourselves. This is a very, very interesting in terms of world political dynamics that I think matters a lot. Now, outside of world politics, I got to look at this Kid Rock outfit. Hold on. Because he showed up, he could have been a little bit better dressed. He could have, like, here's him in a suit. Looks great, right? And he did get in a suit at a point, but this was the suit that he did the photo op in. Okay, where is mine? And this is like, where is my jacket?
That's what that is.
This looks exactly like I have a Bitcoin outfit that I wear. I mean, a member of the channel, Troy Lindsay, made this outfit for me, and it's Bitcoin with revolvers on it and all this stuff. This outfit, you should wear something a little bit better than that. I mean, come on, like be buttoned up.
I don't
just
know.
gotta
I think
say.
it's Kid Rock, dude. It's
Yeah, fine.
it's Kid Rock. This is his personality. He's good friends with the president. This is dressed up to him. He's selling out tours. People think he's like washed, but he's not at all, dude. Like he's literally selling out stadiums to this date. And then what he just did for the music industry, for Ticketmaster, whether you guys like Kid Rock or
That was
not,
a good move.
this was an insanely good move. Yeah, he's breaking up a monopoly, which is Ticketmaster and this bullshit fee transactions. I just did this one. I just saw Adam Ray, a comedian, on Sunday, I believe.
Mhm.
And it's like, dude, you go buy $75 tickets, you walk out, each of those tickets was $150, if not $180, because of taxes and fees on top of all these other payment providers. So it's eliminating that middleman transactional period where they can bot and take advantage. Like they have to literally list out what is all of that extra fee access for. So that was a pretty cool bill. I think that was just cool overall. I think that's good for everybody. That's I attend so many concerts all the time and shows all the time. I think that would be good for just everyone overall. But funny, if you go back to it, it was pretty funny. It was I forgot what the meme was. It was like crypto. It's TradFi against. That's what it was. It was TradFi against the new crypto market. TradFi against DeFi.
Oh my God.
Is that picture right there?
My name is Kid. I love this. All right. So I got to back up on something else you said in terms of crypto and RWA. One of the best researchers that I know has really been digging into Aptos. His name is Hobus. And Aptos, technologically speaking, very, very interesting project. It was like, because we have SWE that's really taken the limelight lately. But SWE and Aptos are basically hybrid technological children of the original Facebook token, Libra. It got broken up by Congress. Congress didn't want Facebook to roll out its own internal token to be used on Facebook because they have over 1 billion users, right? And oh my God, my chat is so unhinged on my side. Like your chat is so clean cut, and my chat is just going off here. Kelly Kellum, what's Kelly Kellum got? Breaking just in: President Trump considering announcing external revenue service today, potentially. Oh boy,
I thought it was supposed to be announced today.
Oh, apparently. I mean, that's what Kelly Kellum just gave me the initial look at here.
Also, Metaplan just bought another 160 Bitcoin worth $13.5 million. Let me pull this up though. Let's get this up here.
Let's check this
We
out.
have. Let me see if Alex Jones. No, not doing anything right now. House President Trump to.
Nevertheless, my Republican colleagues are willing to sacrifice.
No, dude, no one wants to listen to Jasmine fucking Ghetto Crockett. Jesus, dude, the worst politician on the planet, dude. This is. If you ever think you can't make it in Congress, Jasmine Crockett literally is the definition on why anybody with any it doesn't matter educational level, you can make it into Congress if you just have a loud ass mouth and say bullshit, ghetto shit.
She makes for great clips for the basement, I will say. Like, wow.
Trump potent hoe. Trump potent hoe. Like, dude,
It's
you're gonna
incredible.
speak like that in a congressional fucking office? Like, dude, and like you watch her old videos and she's all like clear cut, like normal. Like she's playing a part, dude. I'm not afraid to say it. Absolutely.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
She's a waste of I love her. She goes, Elon Musk says he didn't build any money. He doesn't build anything. He's not worth his money. Like, this is how she talks, by the way. She has like no IQ or intellectual depth behind her words. It's like, dude, Elon Musk was the chief of engineer for all of SpaceX. Like, this guy could tell you every product and part that goes into the engineering of a rocket. And it's like, you're just going to completely dispute that. Starlink, which is the reason why Ukrainians, the people you love sending money to, can even have internet access. And we can literally see drone drops on them. It's like, look at what happened in North Carolina. Starlink is the only reason why they had any power. All these floods. It's like, dude, I don't know. Jasmine Crockett, I have to give her credit where it's due. She motivates me. She makes me realize that if I ever have imposter syndrome because I think I can't actually do something, that I'm not worth it, that I'm not, competitive enough to be in the position that I am, people like her out there exist and have literally hundreds of millions of dollars in backing. So anyways, I'll digress from there. Yeah.
And on another note,
Worst
a great
politician.
buying opportunity for Aptos. Okay. I want to go back to it because you're always looking at good RWAs. Aptos is sneaky. And I feel like
Sorry, I didn't mean power. I meant internet. I was just raging right there. I hate when she pops up on my screen. I'm like, like it's like
it is what it is. You know what I mean? People get upset, when you give your views, but we're humans. We give our views. And my views of Aptos, okay, very technologically sound, kind of a sneaky one. It's been very overshadowed by Sui's performance. But honestly, it's moved pretty aggressively when it does move. It's created essentially
It's had
4
3 bull runs in the bear market.
I know, right? And just look at it. Look at that. That's insane.
Crazy. Had 3 bull runs in a bear market.
If we don't like giga dump and this isn't like the beginning of the bear market, like this thing is going to be very advantageous to be stacking right now. Let's go to the weekly here. Because I do just want to give a viewpoint. This is a nice little scam wick when it came out. Don't mind about that, boy. So Aptos, I think, is actually going to find a place in the RWA sector. I don't know exactly where that's going to land, but I keep seeing test transactions for value being locked on its chain in the RWA space, and then it comes off. But those don't play into these. These are just speculative runs through the beginnings of a bull market. This pump was 500 or 450% from this trench right here up to the peak is another 270, 280%. The recent pump, and we do have a little bit of diminishment of pump, but honestly, man, like seeing this thing not drop below these multiple points of sell-off moments for Aptos. I mean, I don't have any in my portfolio now, and I did make a little bit of money. I got in and out of it real quick, like I think a few months ago. But I kind of feel like buying more of this thing, just as like a diversification hedge. I kind of like it. Oh no, we got the chat going unhinged here. I love reading the chat. Aptos, one of the best researchers that I know and work with, is very, very bullish on not only the people behind it, but the literal chain itself and its throughput capabilities. Seeing this general sell-off moment, I think that's the next thing that there's so many cryptos I want to buy right now. And I'm having FOMO right now. While everyone else is freaking out. I've been in this cycle for multiple cycles, this crypto market for multiple cycles. Buying in extreme fear generally works out for me, even if it literally is a bear market, because this market, as long as I'm buying the right token and I'm not buying some meme coin, it ends up being all right for me. It's just you have to be doing tons of research, making sure that the teams are connected, because you can build a great product, but if you don't have the people connections, then things have a harder time. You know what I mean? Even if you built the best product out there. So I just want to give Aptos a quick look. While you had pulled up RWA.xyz, it went off in my mind to look at this graph once again. And honestly, this looks like a delicious entry point. I see some people bringing up ICP. Everyone knows I was in and out of ICP for a minute there. I'll go back into it. Let's see here. This is DeFi Llama. Go to ISIP, Insane Clown Posse. So you have the total value locked here. And then we overlay it with the price. I don't see much opportunity for arbitrage on this. They're pretty much moving in tandem together. Honestly, the price was higher in comparison to the TVL for quite some time, even through this run-up. Now they've matched up with each other. I feel like this is something that could be great because it's good tech. I think the canister pressure and development happening on ICP, and thus the canisters being burned and the ICP being burned, and that deflationary nature that we're hoping to see, because it is a reasonable product to build upon, could happen next cycle. Josh, you got some insight on their marketing, and I have a great comment from Brian Rudo. It's like, and I agree with this, ICP is good tech, horrible marketing. And I'll add on to that, it's trying to take the whole cake while, you know, leaving Web 2 behind. You can't just go from Web 2 to Web 3 without these intermediary positions built, and essentially like a Web 2.5. Where does your opinion of ICP? Because there's a lot of people that are like giga bullish on it, and I understand it's trying to do a lot. And honestly, I should be just blindly bullish on it because of the entry point and the exit points that I found in it in historical past. Where do you fall when it comes to ICP at this point in the crypto cycle, Josh?
I just think it's going to be, yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I get this question a lot because I've had the opportunity to work alongside ICP. I haven't worked directly with them, but I've participated in like speaking at their conferences and working with a lot of the venture capitals and a lot of the community development out there. And to be fair, what I'm about to say was probably 2 years ago now, where I attended with them Bitcoin Miami. I think it was 2022. And essentially what happened is that they brought out a massive marketing team from all over the world. They're based in Switzerland, I believe. And they flew out, you know, a dozen employees, and they were giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars in Bitcoin. This is their marketing team. Their marketing team gets there and they meet with me and a few other content creators, and they start asking us questions like, what should we do? How should we market? We're telling them, hey, like, we would love to help you guys out. We would just need a grant program because we obviously, it would need to be paid if we're going to build out all these marketing strategies and do this presentation and literally tell their employees how to market. And so long story short, we got no grants. But we watched this team essentially waste hundreds of thousands of dollars in marketing value attending this conference and just drinking. And when we were at the event here, I'm not afraid to talk about this stuff. I know a lot of KOLs are for whatever reason. We were at it was the ICP event. I forgot what the name of it. It was an ICP event. A team member from fucking Definity started fighting with the largest code and state, the largest VC of the ecosystem. Like, we were just watching the team argue with community members and community developers. And they wanted complete control over a lot of certain narratives that were being pushed. And that is not decentralization to me. It was the opposite of that. And so for me, it wasn't that like the tech was bad or the products on ICP were bad or Dominic's a genius. He's a very talented individual. He's the founder and developer, I think chief engineer as well of the ecosystem. It was seeing how they managed the marketing poorly. After that, I quickly found out that Hot or Not or whatever it was called was like a Tinder kind of application that was built on it. A lot of the millions of dollars in funding and grants through ICP were being pushed to people that were like cousins to somebody or girlfriends to somebody. And it seemed like the canisters through ICP that were being built, there was just a lot of not necessarily money laundering, but just wasted money getting approved through grant programs initiatives because somebody was sleeping with somebody. Rather than actually looking at merit. You know, it's kind of like ICP's marketing was like a DEI hire is like what I felt like.
Oh my God.
That would be the equivalent. It wasn't merit based, it was DEI based. And for that reason, it turned me off of ICP completely. But today now, like, I've spoken to a few of the team members. I have nothing against the foundation. I think the technology is great and I would love to see them succeed.
And they're trying to do a lot, right? Like, I want to support them because they're trying to do so much.
Exactly. So again, it's like, and it's never going to go to $400. That was FTX manipulating price action through that's a different analysis. But can ICP be worth 30, 40 billion? I think they have the potential to do that over the course of the next 5-6 years. But just seeing how large their team was and how disrupted that marketing was and how many barriers there were to get approvals from grant programs is like, I could have done for $5,000 if they gave me a grant program, produced a way better outcome than the $500,000 that they spent on that event. And to me, that was a major red flag of saying, I just don't want to participate within this ecosystem right now. Have they changed since then? I don't know. I haven't spoken to them too much since that. And that's just kind of my personal story and what I saw with that development. I think it's a think
it's great insight, though. This is the kind of insight that goes beyond the charts and beyond just basic stats. Shout out to Crypto Crow up in the chat. Hell yeah. Good to see you, man. We got to get you on the basement here. We got to coordinate with Crow to get on the basement too, bro.
And I would love to get, by the way, too, like if anybody from ICP is watching, I would love to get you guys on here and talk about maybe what has changed since then. Again, I just think it was just, there's just a lot of unfortunate events I ran into participating within that ecosystem that away from it.
It's just something to think about. You know, it's when we're, you know, whatever you call them, KOLs or crypto influencers. I hate that word. I feel like I'm just like a researcher that talks out loud about my thoughts to the world on a public platform about the most volatile asset class on the planet. Kind of a crazy job when you really put it that way, but that is what it is. Now, who is Crow? Crypto Crow, bro. Crow is like, is he like 7 feet tall? I think he's the biggest, most dangerous crypto influencer on the planet. I think that's pretty fair to say. Does Crow hold ADA? Of course he holds ADA. Now, when we're talking about, I see a lot of people in the chat telling me that the market is over, or that the bull market is over, and that there is $109,000 top for Bitcoin from here on out. Let's talk about this for a second from my perspective. Josh, I know we're dual streaming on your show, and maybe my folks know it. I got my homie hooked me up with some Panda Express, hooking it up.
I knew I heard Aaron. That was or not Aaron. What the fuck? Isaac.
I
heard the he's got his. They both have AA in our chats everywhere, and it bugs me. But I don't know if he's going to AA meetings or what. He shouldn't be. He's under 21, I think. So hopefully he's not addicted yet.
Aaron has a problem with chickens. So you know what? Me and Aaron, we got chicken issues. He's gonna be making some baby chickens for me here. So let's check this out. So this is, I'm going to share this tab, and what we have is the previous bull market, the entirety of the last bull market overlaid in a fib. And honestly, we performed right to the top of this fib. This was super bullish price action, and there is no way to deny it. Anyone that was sitting there like trying to hit 100K was actually above and beyond the Fibonacci extension expectations of last cycle. And we did absolutely land in that top realm here. Technically, it's called the 3.618 to 4.236 for all the hyper geniuses out there that know it off the top of your head. But essentially, this is drawn from the past cycle peak down to the cycle low, and then you get the generalized Fibonacci sequence of the entire cycle. And we absolutely did perform to the top end of this. We only had a short amount of stumble time at this previous all-time high before we absolutely skyrocketed here. And now some framework of this past market overlaid with our current market. It is important to note that we did indeed have a pretty interesting pullback. You have to kind of look at it a little bit closer on the daily to really see it here. So last cycle, we had a pretty big shakeout that scared a lot of investors right before the nasty part of the bull market took place. And this was, in fact, it was January and February of 2021. It's right here. Now you notice the stumble zone is in the red highlighted area, or Fibonacci sequence speaking 1.618 to 2.618. And we stumbled hard, and we fell by 30%. Okay. Now I'm just showing this to prove it. So 30.71% in this previous cycle at the generalized same time frame of January and February. Now we go here. We go to our current situation, and keep in mind, now we are at a multi-trillion-dollar asset class. We're at a multi-trillion-dollar, I think it's $2 trillion market cap for Bitcoin. It's a harder boulder to move up the hill. It's much more money in the market cap of Bitcoin now compared to Bitcoin this cycle. So we have to keep that in mind when we're looking at this, but we did stumble at the previous all-time high of $69,000 much sooner but longer than last cycle. Okay. And we had our Bitcoin ETFs approved in this zone. We start to run up. We accomplished that previous all-time high ahead of schedule. And then we chop for months. There was months of time frame where people were just giving up on the market, especially from the Japan carry trade situation, which brought us down momentarily to $49,000. But something very important to note on why my expectations of this market have shifted is we are stumbling at that 30% 30% pullback, and generally the same time frame, but a different level of the bull market. Okay, this is in the 1 to 1.618, which is different than the stumble point here in previous cycles, which was a 30% pullback in January, February of 2021. But instead, it was at a level higher at the 1.618 to 2.618. Okay, so when I'm looking at this, I'm having to take in the new data. And I love generalized market fibs They historically have been very, very friendly to me in terms of when to take money out of the crypto market and put it back into real estate or gold or guns or what. Oh God, I accidentally said the word. TJ is going to get me. Let me know if TJ comes after me. I just said it. Now,
nuns.
yeah, you doubled up on it.
Why can't we say
John,
nuns?
that's your fault. Okay. Now,
You got nothing on me.
who did that?
That was great.
Oh my God, that was wonderful. All right, so what we have here is we are stumbling at a lower Fibonacci sequence level. We are a much larger market cap. And looking at this, I got to back up to the weekly once again. I'm just explaining my thought process of this to you all. So we have performed to the top of this fib last cycle. Now we are stumbling one level lower, but at the same percentage base and the same time frame base of generalized 4-year cycles, thus bringing me to the conclusion that I feel like our top's going to be somewhere in the middle of this purple zone. I think that our middle of this purple zone is kind of the sweet spot to be targeting for a reasonable top to Bitcoin. And I think that's going to come around $170,000 to $200,000, generally speaking. Another main thing that I use to figure out when I'm going to get out of the market, regardless of where the price is the Pi Cycle Top Indicator. I'll get into here. This is the Pi Cycle Top Indicator. It crosses. This is the 111-day moving average and the 350-day moving average times 2 in different lines. Okay, so the purple line is that 350-day and the teal is the 111-day. When they cross, historically, they have marked perfect time frames to get out of the market. Look, when they cross, absolute pico top for Bitcoin. Now we go and look at another point of confluence. They cross here. And this actually was the pico buying power top of Bitcoin in April of 2021. This secondary pump of 69K was not the top of buying power for Bitcoin. It was indeed here in April. And that is where you got the exact signal from the Pi Cycle Top Indicator that the market was cooked. But when you see moments like this, where you have space in between the 111-day and the 350-day moving average, that means you have room left to run. Where we are currently is plenty of room for activities, in my humble opinion, for the Bitcoin bull market. This is where we're at. I have plenty of room between these two moving averages. And I think that we have some good time ahead of us in crypto. It's just as simple as that. Plus, I could go on and on. I have 30 other different top indicators that we've looked at, and really none of them have been signaling a top is in. So when you see comments like that, 109 is the top, and you see the Bit Bonds conversation coming to the table, you see a Bitcoin reserve not even implemented yet, and you see Wall Street getting ready to be tokenized.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much more confluence I can possibly give you as a crypto researcher.
I'm just bearish now, man. That's just what it is.
I don't know where it was.
My favorite part about all this too is being, we've been here for years and years and years. It's like when we first got a crypto, $200 Ethereum, $3,000 Bitcoin, and now we're at like 84K, 86K, 87K. The U.S. president is, a huge advocate for it. It's a bipartisan issue now in terms of legislation. And then you got breaking news, like what I'm about to show you here, guys. W's in the chat if you hold Hbar. The Hedera Foundation, guys. W's in the chat if you hold Hbar, because it's going to be immediately followed up by what might be an L here. Hbar Foundation has, get this, put an offer in on none other than TikTok with what might be one of, I would say, Web3 degens most fonded company, OnlyFans, guys. Yes, Hbar is partnered with OnlyFans to put an offer in for TikTok. I don't know how I feel about that. Is that a W or is it an L? Because do we want the CEO of OnlyFans having TikTok? Because I don't want TikTok to turn into what we've seen on X, where it's just like, you casually get Kanye West just posting, NSDF or whatever it's called, NSFW. NSFW? Is that what it is?
I think so. I think you're close. I mean, it's a good sign that we don't know the answer to this question.
But
honestly.
Hedera, what the heck, man? Is this a W or an L? Like, I gotta ask you, Drew. Like, I mean, I'm against OnlyFans. I think if you're a man and you have to pay for access, like, what are you doing? You're just that is crazy to me. That
You're
is as
steeping
bad
your
as
testosterone and giving it to nothing. Right?
yeah, that is as bad as putting your Uber Eats payments on interest. Right?
Fair.
It is about the same level of like you have a spending problem. You probably should go to rehab. We need to send you to a boot camp with no internet access for about 7 days. But it looks like we got a lot of L's in the chat here. But is this good for the foundation?
I mean, there's a lot of money.
More users to Hbar? Is that where this is going?
I mean, there's a lot of money and a lot of users on, what is it, OnlyFans? I know that there's a lot of users on there. Like, you see the girls are like, I made $30 million last month, and they're like some no-name, content producer. I guess.
Yeah, and I understand where like OnlyFans, there's a lot of bar dancing that goes on the platform. I don't think they understood the H stood for hash graph. I don't think they understood that difference there. It's a different type of bar entirely. But I mean, we got Crow here, Rican. This is breaking news, guys. You can pay Hbar for boobies here. Is this utility? Is this inflationary?
It's like the booby alphas coming back to crypto. We got the Kitcoin. Now we got OnlyFans.
I thought this was just a funny announcement. This was just,
oh my God. I've not liked Hbar for quite some time. I used to have a good amount of it and actually made some money off of it. It made it from it was like 3 cents. It pumped up to 10 cents and I got out. So that was great. My wife, though, has continued to buy Hbar tokens. Her reasoning is sometimes you need to hold things you dislike in your portfolio just because you can't be correct about everything. And I've seen this cycle get so unreasonable. Literal, outwardly known vaporware goes to the moon, right? So that being said,
I mean, OnlyFans isn't vaporware. It's a service. I have to say it. It's a service.
True. That is true.
It's a very big.
That's like one of the first professions in human history.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the oldest documented that and gambling. It just proves that human nature doesn't shift. But shout out to, of course, the Hbarbarians out there. You guys are some savages, my dog. Good stuff, dude. Moving on here, though, we got quite a few announcements. The House Summit still going on here. They're just kind of rotating through. That comes really after the announcement of Amazon bidding for that. We did have where was the video here? I wanted to show you guys. Here it is. This was a funny video here that I just saw. All of this, guys, and still underperforming. This is your average meme coin trader, right? Your average meme coin trader saying you need to sign up for his $100 a month course to get access and still flopping. Here's what his room looks like. Still underperforming.
That kind of looks like me and Isaac's workspace.
You guys just need 2 more levels.
If we added 2 more levels, we're there, bro. What's the big deal? I mean, it's kind of how it is, though. Look, this
insane.
is analysis paralysis is what this reminds me of, because he's got so much information here. There's no way that this is real. I guess each one of those graphs actually look like they're giving actual information.
I could tell you one thing. He's going to hate when he realizes on TradingView you can just save your format and then create a new screen. Wild to watch there, guys. We're now less than an hour away, chat. Less than an hour away, or roughly an hour away from Donald Trump speaking live here at the Garden. I actually have the White House roll call here for you guys. So at the Rose Garden, this is at 4 p.m. The president participates in Make America Wealthy Again event here. We're expecting some massive announcements to roll through here on April 2nd at 4 p.m. So if you guys are excited, if you guys are wondering why we are sticking around all day, it is for this very reason. We're expecting massive announcements out of the roll-up out of these tariffs. There's now conversations. They're going to announce the external tax revenue services agency as well today, and as well as just a whole overall outline on what to expect from these reciprocal tariffs. That is happening in 1 hour. So guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, get excited. Bitcoin sitting at $86,475. It takes a really quick second though. to go ahead and hit that like button. But Drew, if you got anything else you want to pull up, we could pull it up. I would also love to hear right after whatever you got to pull up a little bit more from this House hearing on stablecoins and see if they've made any progress.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, we've pretty much, like, really what I want to kind of pontificate on is the mention or the warning that an external revenue service might be announced today. That almost sounds too good to be true to me. You know what I mean?
Let me pull it up for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to look at that. Honestly, I'm going to hold this long that I have. I mean, I got this long in at like 81.5 or something like that. So I'm holding on to this bad boy because I want to reclaim this 102 spot. I am directionally bullish, and I don't just say it, I do it. I've been adding to my overall portfolio very, very heavily in this dip for ants. This is where max fear came into play. People start calling for the end of the bull market. And honestly, yes, it's a 30% dip, the same structure of a dip that we had in January, February of 2021, which is also on a 4-year cycle term, the general same way. So I took advantage of this dip. I am directionally bullish. Maybe we nuke down and my stop loss gets hit, is what it is, but I'm holding it. I'm holding it into the middle of the sun here. But yeah, the pontificate. Really, the External Revenue Service, it is almost too good to be true. Maybe it's possible. If someone would have told me 5 years ago that Elon Musk would be part of the Department of Government Efficiency, cutting over $270 billion in fraudulent waste from our government, I'd be like, no, there's no way. There's no way that they're actually going to start cutting away at government waste. Here we are. This has been an incredible year so far with all of the policies Trump's rolled out. But is it too much to ask to just set up an external revenue service and do away with the internal revenue service?
Yes. How dare you?
You know?
How dare you put America first? Drew?
How dare you? Right?
How dare you? It is honestly racist that you even thought of that. I'm going to say it now. That is 3 flags for your account there. But speaking of racism, I have a video of Donald Trump here. No, I'm just kidding. That is a terrible transition. We're just joking here, having fun, guys. We've been live for 5 hours. But I do have this video. I want to show you guys this because I pulled this up for you, Drew. The external tax revenue system. For anybody that is kind of unfamiliar with the concepts, Donald Trump wants to abolish the IRS. Absolute W's in the chat. W's in the chat. How can he be mad at that? He wants to abolish income tax. So this is what is kind of the thought process. This is a minute clip here. And then I'm going to show you what we're talking about with the external tax revenue system. Here we go.
Is going to be very rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. You know, the United States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States, relatively speaking. In other words, relatively. And they set up the Great Tariff Commission of 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we took in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee. It was set up 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money, and he did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money, and that was all made through tariffs. We had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense? Right?
You know why taxes came in 1913?
Well, I mean, we had the Federal Reserve created, you know.
Exactly.
And,
so the reason why they started to tax American citizens, for anybody that hasn't read The Creature of Jekyll Island or any history into the Federal Reserve, is because as soon as they started printing money, they had to tax citizens to be able to pay for the printing of money.
Right.
And at first, the printing of money was backed, of course, by gold. So there was limitations to this. That was abolished in 1971 under Richard Nixon. And of course, everything that you saw with all the scandals through lobbying and the progression throughout the 70s. And so a tax on the people is a tax to allow the government to continue to spend. And that only benefits the bureaucracy that is at hand here. That is why the Federal Reserve, I believe, should be abolished. It is an artificial creation of inflation. They are the number one reason behind the negative effects of our monetary policies. And so that is what Trump's essentially trying to rope us back into, is go back
even if
to
he
the time.
even if he fails, the fact that he's willing to talk about it, and if it fails, maybe the next president's willing to bring it up too. And then, just simply giving up, because we got to keep in mind, like, the Federal Reserve was made, I think it was like a Saturday night or some holiday night, by like 3 different congressional leaders. It was honestly designed and set up in an unconstitutional way to begin with. And now we're 110 years down the road, and everyone's just acting like it's this immovable object that's always going to be a part of our lives. Maybe it's going to be very difficult to get out, but I think it's a fight worth having. I think it's a fight worth having, because if you add up all of the different angles that you are taxed on right now, think about it. You're taxed on your home, you're taxed on your income, you're taxed on the products that you buy. The companies that sell you the product are taxed on their sales. I mean, and then not to mention all of the hidden little tiny fees that add up. If you really aggregate all of the fees that you pay to the government, they add up to about 50 to 60% of your income. And that's in America. In other countries where they're just baseline taxes are 30 up to 50%, sometimes 70%, depending on how much money you make, you're coming away with basically nothing. You are a current slave that is being fed Netflix and McDonald's to keep you complacent. You're being shown sports to keep you complacent. You're basically a animal in a cage. And what they're doing is they're extracting the data from you to make their algorithms more powerful. And they're using you and your mind and your thought process to enrich themselves. That's simply what's going on right now. So,
Steady Bug, which we don't even agree on a lot of things, but dude, I love this comment because he's so right. You can't even build on your property without a permit that is also taxed. So true. Ron DeSantis, I think, is the first governor that wants to abolish property tax. But yeah, I mean, then you pull up AOC here. It's like, wow, it turns out cutting taxes for the rich means you can't pay for anything. Who knew? This is just another complete retard. We need to put retard finder under this because, again, like, the deficit that's being added here, it's astounding to me that these politicians have no idea how debt works. Our interest payments are compounding. Our debt's growing, and every single day our debt becomes more expensive to pay off. And so going for 2.8 trillion to 5.8 trillion, guess what's going to happen in the next 4 years? It's going to go to 10.5 trillion, because if we don't stop the debt we're accruing, the interest payment alone is going to go from 500 billion to 1.2 trillion to 4.8 trillion. It's going to keep growing exponentially. And that is what's hysterical here, is like, when I'm from California, name one time in history where raising taxes actually benefited, the homeless. It solved the homelessness. It solved hunger. It solved, the real estate problem in your state. It never has, and it never will. Right. And all it's doing is it actually, like, there's a point where rich people pay into taxes, whether it's 20%, 30%, whatever it is. But there's a point where all of a sudden taxes become so abundant, it forces the growth outside of the state. Hollywood's a perfect example. Hollywood does not produce any filmmaking really within Hollywood anymore. It's all outsourced to other countries or other states because the tax incentives make it anywhere from 40% to 300% cheaper to produce. And so that's going to force money outside of these jurisdictions, which will then result in that state having to tax even more. And it becomes this just overall never-ending process. And so very interesting here. This is why it's so important, though, because the interest rate on our debt loans this year, I believe, are supposed to surpass the Department of Defense budget. And all of this, guys, with the trillions of dollars, like, again, this is why I said we need to raise the debt ceiling indefinitely, and you need to put a 3% deficit on all of Congress. If you surpass that 3% deficit, nobody in Congress can be reelected, right? That is what we should be doing. But of course, politicians don't want to be held accountable here. And that's just, it's something to realize. And for anybody that's tuning in right now, we are now about 50 minutes away from the live stream starting for President Donald Trump, speaking in regards to the tariffs and potentially announcing the end of the IRS and income tax and the announcement of the external tax revenue system. We are moments away from it. So hit that like button. Guys, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. That's all we ask doing these long live streams that are 6 hours long, guys. just hit that like button. It just keeps us motivated and helps us with that algorithm. I believe right now on X, we're almost at 6,000 people watching. So if you guys are on X, hit that repost tab, the repost button and the like button, and leave a comment. You guys, seriously, love you all for being here and supporting us. Over almost 1,800 people on Discover. Tap that like button. This is easily a 1,500 like episode, guys. We've been live for 6 hours. Just keep tapping it and push it on and turn those notifications on. And again, Trump will be live at 4 p.m. You could build houses without a permit here in Montana, just not commercial business. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because there's pockets where, you don't have to have permits. And really, like me, when I moved I was in Boulder, Colorado. It was just this very fancy place. I made a lot of money out the house, just owning and living in the house. Like the price of the house, I think increased by like 50% or something in like 2 years during the flu season. It was nuts. Then I come out here to Georgia and it's much looser regards to HOAs. The house is like a third the cost. Cost of living way down. I got a bunch of chickens running around. But you know what? Something that comes to my mind when we're talking about the middle class and the lower class just being more pushed into the dark and kind of the disappearance of the middle class, there's a story we covered. I didn't mention to you, Josh. It's a company called Frontier Partners. Is that the name of them, Isaac? Yeah, Frontier Partners.
Let's see it.
Well, I'm just gonna rip on it because I know it off the top of my head. It's Frontier Partners and was it Blackstone? Blackstone. And Larry Fink founded Blackstone, was part of the founding.
It's the real estate company, correct?
Right. So they are not betting on like these nice mixed use, fancy condos and big homes. What they're betting on is Section 8 housing. So over the next 10 years, they're betting the biggest bets we've ever seen in the single family industry from these two behemoths. Like Frontier is the biggest. Blackstone is very, very big in terms of single family investors on walls in traditional finance. They're betting that you, the average person or the person that's watching, trying to make a buck for yourself and to better your life for your family, is going to be forced into Section 8 over the next 10 years because the cost of living continues to increase. Then we see Warren Buffett betting on Domino's 555 deal because he's thinking that more and more people are going to be forced to buy the cheapest delivery pizza they can possibly get. And this goes back to the formation of like McDonald's out of like the Depression, where you get a very cheap burger that's reasonably made. These elites are planning on paying for the average person. I think that Bitcoin and the Strategic Reserve Act is the variable that I don't think that they saw coming or that they didn't want to see coming. Like we've seen them all talk about Bitcoin being rat poison and all of this degrading conversation about Bitcoin, even from Larry Fink himself, all the way up till 2024. The only time that Larry Fink was like, all right, Bitcoin's bullish, we love it, is after 25 states in the US went after BlackRock for using their state funds to invest into ESG initiatives, which were counterintuitive to the GDP of each particular state. And Larry Fink, all of a sudden, backs off and he's bullish on Bitcoin. And then we get the Bitcoin ETFs. This was not a nice, friendly existence between Bitcoin and the existing money infrastructure. It is only by force and by our ability to self-custody. Like if we didn't have these things, these Arculus cold custody wallets, Bitcoin would have never made it this far because the banks would have been able to take it. They would have been able to stop it dead in its tracks. We don't already have a Arculus. We have to do a giveaway on the basement, don't we, Isaac? So we're going to be giving away an Arculus card from everyone that reposted yesterday's 5 p.m. video. But if you don't have a cold storage device and you aren't becoming your own bank and taking the power away from these elites and holding on to it yourself, you're doing crypto wrong, because the ethos of crypto is to exercise that power. That is what you need to be doing. And we talk about the price and the number go up and all this different stuff, but really it's freedom through your self-custody and having your control of your finances. That's what it's really about here. So that's just what it is, in my opinion. And I really, one thing about Bitcoin, if you think about it, like you get taxed on living in a house, but they can't actively tax you on holding a Bitcoin, right? like one of the few assets that you can hold on to and not get taxed on year over year by your government. Maybe they try to change that years down the road. Maybe they try to do what they did in the 1930s, where they went door to door in America and tried to force people to give up their gold, right? So these are things, it's a sought after asset. You have to think critically about, I voted for Trump and everything, but I don't trust Trump. I trust no politician. I wish the best. I wish the best for Joe Biden. I wanted Joe Biden to do a good job because he was also my president. But we're at a time frame right now where we can't get complacent and think, oh, they love us, they're going to take care of us, right? Like, no, that's not it. We need to keep them accountable. Someone in the chat says, tax this tornado cash and Monero. That's a shout out. Have you seen the Monero graph, Josh?
No.
Dude, I would suggest you go look at the Monero.
By far.
Go check out Monero graph. I would implore you to do it.
Monero.
It's a surprising one. I was talking to Mind Your Biz yesterday. Oh, you're muted, Mike. Your mic's muted.
I leave for 1 hour. I come back and you're shilling privacy coins. Come on.
I know.
Well, I mean,
dude,
look,
it's crazy,
dude,
bro.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Let me see.
It's pretty good.
I mean, it's better than most of the altcoin market.
Yeah. No, it
to
is
be
holding
fair.
up. You're right.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. And we got chat. How many XMR holders do we got? Any Monero holders in the chat?
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, you be quiet.
What are you hiding?
Just brings me back to my early days in crypto, the cypherpunk in me. I was a big fan. I Monero, Zcash, Pirate Chain, I don't know if you guys remember seeing those all the time. Lots, crickets. People say nobody's holding them. Look, they're good. If you live online all the time, if you believe in that cypherpunk vision, it's a good technology to exist. I do think it's a utility for the world. I do not see it as a great investment if you want the highest returns. But what do you got, Josh?
I don't know if the government's just listening to us today, but they just decided to roll out all these announcements. Listen to what the Tennessee governor just said.
I don't know if it's my bias or the bubble that I'm in, but do you feel like momentum's changing there? To me, it feels like a lot of progress has been made
Look at the bottom right
over
corner.
the last 2 years, even just from a narrative point of view.
I think that's right. I think
Clean Spark,
Clean Spark.
I think the seriousness of the grid issue has come to light for most people that have anything to do with that grid. So for us, TVA has kind of come to us and said, if we don't manage this process, then we can't, for example, have that company locate here. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm flying all over the world trying to get companies to come here and people like you to come here. Oh. And I can't afford, and we have one of the best reliable energy grids in the country. We can't afford to slow that down at all. So thus the urgency to get this done. I mean, it's probably the most important thing that we should be investing in as a state. And if we care about our people having opportunity and jobs going forward.
If you guys don't know what this is right now, I didn't even know this was taking place, but the National Energy and Mining Summit with Bitcoin miners. So the governor is pretty much saying that Bitcoin mining is the most important thing that they should be investing in as a state. And they're using it to stabilize the power grids and once again, create cleaner energy routes. And that
nice
was
to see it come out of Tennessee too. I haven't seen much bullish news coming out of Tennessee in terms of Bitcoin. So that's a nice thing to see.
That was really cool to see. It's that makes sense on why all those news are from Ted Cruz and everything are rolling out today. But yeah, TJ, you missed about let's go for it.
No, I know the chat ratted you guys out, man. I sit down and they just come in and they told me all you guys have been talking about the whole time I was gone was guns and racism.
I wasn't looking at my screen. I thought there was something playing on the Twitter post.
Dude, there's like a clip of Jasmine Crockett. Okay, it's not our. She's just yelling at everyone.
She scared me. Her eyelashes scared me. I was like, oh, I thought it was a clown, but it was.
That's all right. Hey, we're leaning more on X than YouTube these days, so I guess that's okay. There's a lot more freedom of speech over there.
I swear, we were good. We were behaved.
No, we were good. We're good. Yeah.
Allegedly. No,
and you guys talked about the OF stuff too, I guess. The
of
TikTok
course,
OF. Yeah. My only comment on that was awesome. Now, the next generation's officially cooked. So, great time to have a great time to have a daughter,
Oh my God. Well, I'm thinking Like my
But
wife
we all know
doesn't wanna
whose
move
fault
there.
it is, right? We all know who's behind that whole industry, right? We're not
We
going to say
do.
it. We're not going to say it because we want to live. But yeah,
Do you
I'm
want to
not
live forever?
not a big fan of that platform. So.
No. That kind of could, I was thinking Wyoming after this bull market, maybe Utah. I don't
This
know.
to move.
this is interesting.
I've always wanted to own property in Wyoming. What do you got, Josh?
MoonPay took a poll. 35,000 votes. Cast your poll. What are you buying? XRP or Litecoin? 50-50. Chat, if you had to choose between XRP and Litecoin, I need to know right now. Chat, if you had to choose between XRP and Litecoin today, what are you choosing? XRP or Litecoin? 35,000 people voted on this, and it is nearly 50-50 with the results between XRP. I think that's crazy to me.
Well, let's see. We'll throw around. Should be a lot. It looks about split. We're seeing a lot of.
That's a shocking poll to me. That's shocking.
I'm Litecoin. That's my pick.
Yeah,
I would be XRP.
I think better upsides in Litecoin. I could say that for sure.
Am I the XRP one out of this group? What is happening right now?
Yeah, well, I think you are. But to me, I just think it's a little slept on Litecoin.
It's 50-50 in chat too.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think XRP has definitely got a lot of community, a lot of hype behind it. Litecoin is one of those, like Evan Aldo was talking about, a legacy coin or a dinosaur coin that has a lot, because it's so old, because it's so decentralized, it's going to be very well liked by a lot of the regulators and kind of their view on things. Let's see, Morgan says, where'd it go? Super chat, always turning DC into the basement. Yeah, that's right. Hey, the basement was born out of this, out of this same sentiment, so I can't get too upset about it. You guys know I'm on the same page, just trying to we're just trying to make sure we don't lose our reach. But it did used to be an XRP channel. That's right. .wook. We have a lot of XRP people in here, and I would say it's close. I like both XRP and Litecoin as far as being getting ETFs and all that sort of stuff. But Litecoin I think is a little less, a little undervalued and could. It has a.
I think it's going to hit $350. I think it's going to be slightly higher than its previous all-time high. That's what
we have your screen. Is that what you're looking at there? Let's see.
I have it up in case you want to show it. But I mean, this thing, it's higher lows across the board. It's like the Hashdex ETF included Litecoin, AVAX, and Chainlink as options within the altcoin sector that it would add to its crypto index, which already has Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I know that Wall Street is more comfortable with Litecoin than most other projects out there because it's longevity, the amount of time that it's been around, network stability, and it is literally a worse Bitcoin. But guess what? People are going to speculate on this thing just the same as when they get crazy. People start looking for those returns, and then they stumble into Litecoin, the little number 19 here. And it's got higher highs from cycle to cycle. Actually, it's been around for 3 cycles. Now it's in this next one, and I could see this thing eking just past its previous all-time high and then rescinding, which would $350. You know what I mean? Nothing amazing, but God, I mean, I even use Litecoin to exit positions sometimes. I remember doing it last cycle. It's very cheap, very fast. Not a big deal. So. God, the chat. The chat's the problem here.
I know.
These accusations.
They're the solution.
Yeah. We're not here without the chat. Also, I've been sending you. I don't know if you've been noticing your DMs, Josh, but I sent you a ton of news over the last 30
we covered
minutes.
quite a bit of it. Cool. If it wasn't for the chat, I wouldn't know I'm a Fed, Drew. I need them to tell me my identity.
I knew you were a Fed, Josh.
It's the haircut.
Yes. I know.
It's too nice. You know what I mean?
I got a beard. That's how you know I'm chill. I can go baby face, and I don't know. My wife would leave, but she hates when I cut my face.
Yeah, she might be the Fed. That's she never says anything, so it's like you got to watch the quiet ones. You never know. Never know.
She's that would shock me.
What if
my introverted 5'6" wife was a Fed?
See,
that'd be badass.
Now you're not going to sleep at night. Yeah,
I did see this one here. She's absolutely beautiful, perfect here. But 100 plus pro Bitcoin bills in 35 different states. I didn't see this one yet. I thought I saw the SMBC, which we covered.
I sent you like 10 things just recently. So
Charles Hoskin, Bitcoin has enough programmability to graph layer. We can pull that one up too. I think we covered that on the live show, but we can cover that again here as well.
There's just some video clips and all that.
If you guys aren't following Discover Crypto on X, guys, make sure you guys go do so. Our account is back, baby. But 100 plus, pro Bitcoin bills in 35 different states now. Bitcoin fought the law and Bitcoin won. A good old Clash reference. That is, look at
you
me.
got it. I didn't know if you were going to get that, you know?
Yeah, my uncle, my uncle's a huge punk rocker. So
We got to give you more
huge into
music
the
references.
Rones. I could do old punk rock. I can almost like Dead Kennedys, anything I could probably reference with you guys. But I did not watch Fight Club, so just deal with it. I was too busy moshing like a man. I don't know.
It's
that's
actually
a
the
lie.
original.
I'm skinny as fuck.
The original is actually from a band called the Crickets in 1956. Like I fought the law and the law won. You know,
I'm not that old.
They've remade it. I'm sure. I think, maybe Green Day did a version of it too, or something. Maybe that's the one you're thinking of. But
so I asked Josh while you were gone, TJ.
Yeah.
Think an external revenue service too good to be true? They're trying to buzz about it. They're trying to make the narrative that it's coming out today.
That's political talking points. This is going to be the closest you're going to get. Oh shoot! All right, is tariffs. That is external taxation. You know, like and let's not. I don't like. Let's just keep it simple. Tariffs are taxes. You know, and I was thinking about this morning. I'm not necessarily pro tax in general. But I'm not really pro the government solving our problems. You know, we've proven the government is very inefficient. The government doesn't help, but I am pro getting more money back into the hands of people and local government, smaller government, states doing things, communities doing things, counties doing things, that sort of stuff. So here, I can fix that for you. Boom. There we go. Do I think an external revenue service? Yeah, that's tariffs are going to be it. And I think people are even overly optimistic on what that's going to be. Abolishing the IRS, not having to pay income tax. I don't think that's going to happen. I even think there's probably, they're running on and kind of pushing this no income tax on anything under 150K. I think even expecting that is a little optimistic. We might get some tax relief, but no, they're going to keep taxing us, guys. We're going to still have to pay our taxes. So
because
just get that out of your
trying
head.
to do the tariffs, but they're all going to just make a deal together, and basically it'll be business as usual. Nobody wants to have a massive change to their GDP and everything. That's what me and you were thinking was going to happen. So, it is what it is. But
I mean, I think he's going to use these taxes on imports and exports to negotiate better deals. He's going to negotiate better deals, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And that's good, and that's good for us. Like, I'm not against it in any way, shape, or form, but I think people, specifically our crowd, for whatever reason, the Bitcoin investment crowd, maybe because they're newer to macro finances, macroeconomics, that we get these things in our head, and we're extremely optimistic when it comes to this stuff. And then whenever it doesn't pan out, we're extremely disappointed. And
it's kind of like when I say out loud, "Hey everyone, I heard TJ's buying pizza," right? And then you're like, "Wait a minute,
I didn't say any of that."
Yeah, but then every now and again,
I'm like, hey, let's have a pizza day. Sounds like a good idea. You're right. I mean, I don't blame you. Hey, put good things out in the out in the air. You can call it faith, you can call it manifestation, you can call it whatever you want. I do believe in the power of positive thinking, and saying things out loud definitely has an impact on the reality over time. And what you think about can happen. I'm just saying, no taxes on the United States citizens. Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Like, more realistically, we're trying to solve the issue of the United States being broke and how bad that would be for the rest of the world. So, they need money. So,
yeah, that's a pretty big change to do 100% on any country. I mean, it's kind of crazy to hear in Ireland. They have like the headquarters of like Pfizer and all these major U.S. corporations out there. If the corporations were forced to leave Ireland, that's like 70% of their GDP. That's just gone. You know what I mean? So kind of an interesting situation that we're in right now. I saw some questions about Quant.
Quant.
Gilbert Verdian. Quant?
Did
you guys dead?
Doesn't need a token.
Yeah, the more interesting thing, well, before we can get back to Quant, but I wanted to add, you guys maybe already covered this, more interesting than the OF founder with TikTok, but it was also supposedly aligned with Hedera Foundation. Did you guys cover that, Hbar?
Yes, we did. Yes. Right. And I talked about how my wife's been buying Hbar behind my back.
Oh, wow.
I know. Unbelievable. Betrayal at the highest crypto degree. No, I'm just
What was your take, Josh, on Quant?
Is it dead? It looks very dead. Like this
no,
looks like a problem.
look, they have the ISO community behind them. So will it get marketed and pumped in a bull run? Of course. You got the crypto masons of the world that will definitely help boost this back up to some price points. But Quant, for my understanding, like Gilbert Verdian, strong CEO, developed TC307 for the International Standardized Organization. For you guys that don't know, that organization essentially creates the qualified financial instruments that allow your banks on a global scale to operate and communicate. So he has huge ties to any international system. Now, SWIFT, etc., big partnerships. They've been helping build and pilot programs. I think 13 different countries in South America, they're helping pilot program their central bank digital currency. Now, Quant itself, though, the system, from my understanding, unless they've changed this over the years, acts more as a software as a service. And therefore, the token attribute to it is, or the utility application to it, is that it is the access point to their software. As I've became deeper, like dove deeper into stablecoins and this market the last 3 years, it has made me start to realize and understand that while you could still launch a utility token, I see the value into that. I think it's way smoother for these institutions. I like a Quant to me should have launched a stablecoin. I think they should have became their own stablecoin issue or partnered with like an XRPL and then utilize an RLUSD to and partner with them and take transaction fees off the stablecoin. One, it's a way better revenue model for these companies that are acting as a SaaS model. It's different, however, though, if Quant is needed for example, government spaces, for voting and proposals within its system. And I know there's some integrations with that as well, but still arguably, if they're going to centralize it, my argument is like, if your tokenomics are going to be centralized, why do you have a governance token? It doesn't matter if a community stop. It's a red, not a red herring. What would be the right argument? It's a false reality. It's a give me the right term here, chat. And so, like, I'm not saying Quant can't do well. I think the company has a lot of success behind it. I think they've been developing some really strong pilot programs. There was a utility application to Quant when it launched, but now as the industries mature, opinions are going to change. We're going to realize the new technological advancements. And unfortunately, it's not where we're at today, but I think Quant will move in a market cycle. I think it can go back to $200-300. But when I look at the overall payment system and structure, it's like, why not just implement why didn't they just have a stable coin that is one-to-one back to treasuries, and then they use that as the token to token get the product? And I don't know that quite. I don't have that answer. But now that I'm so into tokenization and real world assets, I'm just letting you guys know, like, my opinion's starting to shift. And it's because I'm understanding what's the need for some of these utility applications. Can you launch a utility token? Of course. Should you? Is it the best way to a revenue model and a SaaS product system? Not necessarily. There's an argument there. And that's all I'm presenting here. And someone said,
like, the main problem that I feel like I run into with folks is that they buy it on the pumps. Like, everyone's interested in chasing Quant on the green candles that it occasionally does print. And it below.
It printed for me last cycle.
Right.
I got in at $45.
New. And that's the thing about, like, Aldo came out and it's new. It's not stick from printing and everything like that.
Yeah, you have to remember in crypto, just because something's useless doesn't mean you can't make money on it, right? Like, just because something's vaporware doesn't mean people can't pump it. Now, is that where I want to put most of my money? Probably not, but I'm not afraid to get in, trade it, get out, make that money, and put it back into Bitcoin. And so as long as your overall strategy is get more Bitcoin in the end, Josh was talking about that earlier in the stream, the net goal, and I want to encourage all of you guys to get into this mindset. It's not to have more dollars. It's not to have more ETH. It's not to have more Solana. The goal for everybody in this room, we have almost 10,000 people watching right now. I don't care if you're on X. I don't care if you're on YouTube. Your goal for the rest of your life basically should be to stack as much Bitcoin as possible. It's going to get harder and harder over time. You're going to be competing with the richest and wealthiest people in the world. You're competing with the BlackRocks. You're competing with the U.S. government. You're competing with the UAE to get as much Bitcoin as you can over the next 100 years. And less is getting created, and the people that are buying it are going to sell less and less of it. It's going to be held by diamond hands. People are going to be getting loans against it. People are going to be earning against it. People are going to be backing treasuries and bonds with it. So if you have an opportunity to get some now, get as much as you can. Now, that being said, altcoins can be a great tool in a specific window, which again, it's usually a pretty short period of time, you know, a handful, maybe 2 or 3 months, maybe 6 to 12 weeks, you know, which is the same exact thing, basically. There's usually a short window where you can accumulate altcoins, like what we've seen in the last, you know, what we were saying when Bitcoin was below 80K. This is a good time to accumulate Bitcoin. This is a good time to accumulate altcoins. We will see utility, strong revenue, good projects outperform Bitcoin in a window of time. And if you take profit at that time and roll it into more Bitcoin, you could set up your family for the rest of your life. You could set up your kids for the rest of their lives. And if you're really fortunate, you know, it makes it to 3rd and 4th generations. Now, that's uncommon with most wealth creation opportunities. Most of the time, the first one makes it. The second one, I don't know what it is, but it's usually gone by the 3rd generation. So
yeah,
if you can set yourself up to set up a 4th generation, you know, like that's the mindset you need to be in. The wealthy think in 100-year increments, or you know, and the ultra wealthy think in, you know, like Elon Musk is thinking about what's going to be happening in Mars, you know, for his, you know, for the rest of humanity 300 years from now. And the longer time frames you can think in, the higher success rates you're going to have. And so you want to shift into that Bitcoin mindset. But real quick, I want to welcome, we got a lot of new people joining in now. I'm sure a lot of people are getting ready. Trump is going to be speaking here in not too long. And within the hour, he's going to be going live speaking. So welcome all of you guys new in here that you've been watching. We've been waiting for this for a while. We've been covering a lot of the Stablecoin Act that's been going on. Like I said, over 10,000 people in here. Smash that like button, share it, retweet, you know, do all of that stuff no matter what platform you're on. Because we're going to be covering that very soon. We've been watching this market with the volatility. Bitcoin still holding strong. Altcoins still holding decently. We got Radium up. Pendle, hey, a shout out to DeFi there. Nice to see Pendle making a move today in the late afternoon. But what do you got, Josh?
Yeah, I wanted to just show something I like about Quant, because I like Gilbert Verde. I like the product, the SaaS model. Should people launching a similar product today use their same model? That's like an argument that could be had. But what I love here is looking at the holders. So one is, when you actually look at the token distribution, it's pretty decentralized, like in terms of their holder count, which I love to see. They have 153,000 holders. And so if you guys have never used Etherscan, I really recommend you guys do so. You know, I definitely like to see that when you have a very distributed network or token allocation, it just goes to show that a lot of these holders, they have a very confident community. And so it goes back to that ISO marketing that me and Drew were just, you know, talking about. The original part of this conversation is Quant, I do think, could perform a 200, 300, potentially 400 price point this cycle. It is a very limited supply, only 45 million with 153,000 holders. There's a lot of people that will be marketing this, especially once it breaks past $100, $120. I do think you could see that incentive there. So, you know, don't want to talk down the system. I'm saying systems are changing, but they have a great community. And that could equate to a pretty significant upside in this market. And by the way, I still hold quite a few Quant tokens as well. So
can you go back to that full screen size thing, or no?
Oh yeah. I just have
makes a big difference. Yeah. We got to be ready for it, and we got to keep an eye on what's coming out here.
30
soon,
minutes left.
Yeah, we've been rolling through the day, man. We've been killing it.
I'll end that with just like type 1 in chat if you guys hold quants. I'm curious to know how many of our communities hold quant itself. But
yeah, I just get the question a lot. I get the question a lot, and I used to be like a ISO specific researcher for crypto, and you know, like writing tons of information, doing tons of deep dives on it. And so there's something there, but it's like people chase projects on green candle weeks and then end up chasing that escape pump for months, or if not years afterwards. So, you know, it's just the mindset, and TJ's mindset is exactly what we should all be doing. It's like, if you're in altcoins or even talking about altcoins on public space, you're a genius for maybe a few weeks, and everyone laughs at you for years on end in between there. And then the next massive pump for altcoins comes, and you're able to increase your Bitcoin, but you have to have the gusto to pull out of those altcoins and put it back into Bitcoin or real estate. That's just what it is.
Great question here from Brian Wild in the chat. Would you buy more Arrow right now if your average was 1.3, $1.30 or more Morpho that I'm not down near as much on? Interesting question there. So
Morpho.
Yeah, so Josh, you're saying Morpho here.
I just the TVL is insane. And I'm like, so for you guys that don't know, Morpho is like the borrowing and lending protocol of Arrow, technically, like the base ecosystem borrowing lending protocol. And I think borrowing and lending is probably one of the most important features out of any of these market protocols. And so I love Arrow too. But Morpho down to $1.30 back when it was first at $1.30, only had 800 million in TVL. Now it's got 3 billion in TVL and is at that same price point. I don't know, dude. I smell some bullishness.
What do you got, Drew? I'll go last.
I mean, that's like two of my favorite projects. You're making me choose. This is like choosing my favorite kid. It's impossible.
But you have one.
Yeah. So
it changes every day.
Let's look at it. I'll
here. I got him right here. Let's see. There you go.
Well,
so you want Morpho?
Aerodrome's 128, Morpho 146. So they're pretty close in terms of size of market cap. I think what Josh said on lending, especially through the avenue of Coinbase, is going to be very, very bullish. But Aerodrome, I feel like, is going to accomplish near what Uniswap did last cycle. I still feel that way.
Wow.
Even with this massive pullback. So honestly, I'd be buying more Arrow. But in the latest dip, I bought both. So you know what? What I actually did and what I say I would do, two different things, because I bought both of them in this pullback. It is what it is.
Let's ask
DeFi Llama.
Yeah, go ahead and pull. Yeah, we were looking at that earlier. The TVL. Go ahead and pull up both of them with, especially Morpho, the TVL versus the price, because that is it's a great point. Drew was mentioning that earlier, and TVL matters a lot. We were covering also how Aave far and away winning in that lending space, but Morpho is the only other thing that's standing out. Aave at like 65+%, Morpho at about 8% market share on the lending borrowing. But I think let's drill back into his actual question, because I think really more he was asking about, should I try to lower my average entry on Arrow versus Morpho? Like, it seems like he's like us. He's a big believer in both of them. He thinks they're both going to perform very well. Should he just pile into one that's going to give him a higher overall, or should he blend in and lower his average buy on Aerodrome? That could be somewhat of a tax strategy. I don't know exactly how much capital you're working with. If you want to, you can kind of play with your capital gains there a little bit if you're trying to do it from a tax perspective. Obviously, we're not tax experts. We can't really give you tax advice there. We do want to give a shout out to Ernest Lee from Decrypted.tax. He is one of the great tax professionals in this space. He could probably give you some good advice and it is tax season right now. They've got a lot of special deals going. I will drop a link here in the chat shortly for Decrypted.tax, but that's the URL. He could give you some strategies on managing your capital gains there. If you're already, I tend to like, if I bought something I believe in high and then it pulls back a lot more, I like to buy it lower so I bring my average buy down, just because I like to see myself in profit. I like to see the capital gains there.
Bigger exits, more exits.
I just like it. But I think, if I'm buying them, if I'm choosing between Arrow and Morpho today, I do like both of them. I do hold both of them. I think I'm also buying Morpho.
Let me show you guys the metrics here, because this might help also decide. This is interesting to me. This is crazy to watch. Here's Aerodrome. Okay. Aerodrome sitting at a $339 million market cap with $835 million locked. So they have a TVL of $835 million with $340 million in valuation. Token volume, transaction, pretty well. Fully diluted, $661 million. Let's go over to Morpho. 2.963 billion TVL, only a 291 million. So $60 million shorter market cap. Over three times, nearly 4 times the amount of TVL that's actually locked. And still doing incredible numbers across the board. Now, it is a little bit more inflationary. So you do have to take that into consideration. But yeah, looking at that 3B, I mean, it's there. That means they're so for you that don't know, that value locked is probably is generating interest. And so the revenue off Morpho may equate to a much larger revenue stream for the overall platform, which includes bigger buybacks.
It may, but I mean,
It may.
Aerodrome's
I'm just saying may. These are all mays, right? So I'm just going, if I'm putting it, they're very close. They're very close. I'm just a little bit edged more.
I mean, the
Morpho.
chat's talking about the tokenomics because Aerodrome has a lot of revenue as well. And if you look at this, let me see if I can add this back in. We've got here fully diluted, Morpho fully diluted value 1.2 billion. So that's basically the value if all the tokens were out. Oh wait, I'm looking. I'm not. I'm
You're
showing,
right. You're correct. You're correct.
That's Aerodrome.
yeah, but I was showing Arrow. Arrow is 656 fully diluted value. Morpho is already 1.2 billion. Even though Morpho's market cap 287, Aerodrome's market cap circulating right now 336. So that's a pretty good point. That shows it's going to be
the token unlocks.
Yeah, there you go. Pull up token unlocks because that's helpful to keep an eye on.
It's like Aerodrome is
good projects, though, guys. They're both good projects. They're both backed by Coinbase. They're both in the Base ecosystem. Base is a major layer 2 winner. This is gonna help the DeFi, CB Bitcoin, Coinbase's wrapped Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem really take off. Both of these will be needed. But the fact that I don't know, it's interesting because that means there's more speculation already on Morpho. Basically, more people have that same thought process that Josh was just articulating. A lot of big money has come to that same conclusion, which a lot of times, you follow the money. So they're both good. They're both good.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Are pretty rough too.
Yeah,
but also the problem with unlocks is people automatically assume unlocks are bad. It's like, is this? Let me look at this. So it looks like
VCs have a reason to pump the price higher if there's still unlocks to come into their hands.
Well, and Veteran has a great point here. Most Arrow unlocks are paid out to the VE Arrow holders, which are and a lot of those locked.
Selling pressure, or is it locked?
No, a lot of those are locked. That's basically giving rewards back to the Arrow token holders who have locked up and are running a node. So it's it's a pretty well designed project, and it's almost like you're comparing. It's almost comparing apples to oranges somewhat because you're comparing a exchange that's needed for all of these things to happen to a product. Both extremely relevant. Like Josh's point is huge. Like credit in crypto is one of the main things people are attracted to. Borrowing and selling, that's the backbone of DeFi, is being able to offer credit to people. But you can't do any of that with any of those swaps. I just think the volume that Coinbase is going to push through Aerodrome is going to be dramatic, and some of the tokenomics are stronger on Aerodrome in my opinion. So okay, you guys have swayed me back. I'm buying Aerodrome.
Yeah, I was going to do Aerodrome. I like this. Yeah, if I bought it $1.30 and I see a 40-cent Aerodrome, I'm buying that. I'm lowering my entry point all the way down to like 60 cents.
That probably did not help the question asker at all. Because he was trying to decide, and we made very strong cases for both. So the choice is yours, modern man.
It's because the other side of it, though, you have to be like, for example, Solana Foundation or Polkadot, where token unlocks actually benefited the ecosystem. Because, like, if I'm looking at the most of it is going to liquidity for product development. So it'll be interesting to see, like, if you take out strategic partners, and it's literally over 50% of the token. It's 27.5%. Then it's Morpho Treasury. So the two biggest are the treasury and the partnership, the ecosystem development. So like I said, I think this is a close 50-50. I don't know if you could choose one being better than the other here. I am more bullish on borrowing lending protocols than an overall DEX. But at the same time, the need for base and that DEX, I could see your argument, Drew. We were saying this is kind of the Uniswap of this cycle. I could also agree with that. So I think it's this is why 50-25-25 exists, right? We don't have to choose.
And this is also why we say go with your conviction, right? Because you believe in the lending, borrowing, and other people might believe in exchanges and DEXs, and both have a lot of competition. You could argue both Arrow and Morpho have a pretty good market share in what they're competing for, in the sense that I would say Arrow is higher up in market share in DEX volume compared to what Morpho is against lending and borrowing, but they're both very new and they're both climbing those charts very quickly. So if you go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, it's just like my comparison to Uniswap last cycle. I don't feel like it's too overly bullish.
No, it's not. No, it's a great comparison.
Because it's a bigger market we're in now when we have the new king on the mountain is Coinbase. So
Super chat here. Toss Moonwell's name into the ring. They attribute to 80% of all the borrowable vault liquidity for Morpho and Base. I agree. Moonwell is usually, when we're talking, we usually talk Morpho and Moonwell side by side, same conversation. It was just shocking to me when I saw that token terminal stat that like Moonwell wasn't even on the radar. It was below a lot of the other stuff that was on Curve. So they're doing well.
That I agree with.
No pun intended. But you know, again, markets will choose winners. We are going to see that. We're entering that phase. There's usually 2 to 3 per category. If you're talking grand scale, like you know, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, you know, that sort of stuff. Like you get, you know, they're not. You wouldn't necessarily say those are category specific, but you're gonna have 2 or 3 streaming services that get, you know, 85% of the volume. You have 2 or 3 Oracle plays that get 85% plus of the market share. You're gonna have 2 or 3 DEXs, 2 or 3. And you may get more than that with centralized exchanges just due to jurisdiction and regulation and some of that sort of stuff. But as time goes on, the market will choose winners and losers. It always does. And it's generally, you know, you can maybe stretch it 2 to 5 per category. These categories that we're talking about right now are going to be dominant categories. It's worth speculating on any of these at the market caps that they're at. You know, $1 billion. I mean, let's go. What is Aave at market fully diluted value? I mean, it's probably 10 billion plus, right? Maybe even way more. Let's look.
I don't pulled up. I do have some breaking news though coming out of the tariff conversation. So, there was leaks.
Yeah, we'll get that. But that's one thing that's a little concerning when you're looking at Morpho, right? So you've got Aave here at a 2.6 billion market cap. Morpho was already at one something billion. So you're Morpho is already valued at half of Aave's fully diluted value. I would argue it's not even close to half as competitive as Aave is. So I'd be careful on that because there's a lot of speculation on it. But go ahead, Josh.
I agree with everything you're saying. We have a $20 super chat here from Jay Harris, and then we do have some breaking news coming out of the tariff conversations. I'll be sharing with you guys in just a moment. And again, quick reminder, we're now 18 minutes away from the Donald Trump conversation here at the Rose Garden. And we'll be broadcasting that with you guys live here. So if you're excited for that, get your drinks, get your popcorn, get your beer, get whatever you need to. Hit that like button, hit that repost button, and get excited here. Share this video with a friend. But watch y'all every day. Shout out to Jay Harris here, dude. Appreciate you. What are your thoughts on Parsec? I don't know if you guys have too much info on Parsec. Parsec obviously was a pretty big performer here. I don't know too much about Parsec, so
this
honestly,
this is an interesting one. It's a very interesting project. So it like basically compiles blockchain data and makes it digestible for people on a kind of simplified term. So it's a parsing system for blockchain data, and you can also build a lot of cool things on it. Like this is a project that my wife was actually stacking before like the major pump just of this year. The yearly chart, it looks like it's just swooped up from 8 cents all the way to 34 cents. Now it's $2.53.
Or are you talking about this for this one over
just
here?
Just within the year, yeah. This is the alt-time. It's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Go to the yearly. This is the whole.
I remembered
chart.
It in that summer. I never jumped into it there.
Go to the 1 year chart so we can get a better view of what it's experienced this year.
There you go. So back to kind of looks like the bear market lows kind of here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I mean, like this one, it came out of left field. It really surprised me. She did really good with it. Now it's reset. This is something that I view as extremely high risk, extremely high reward type situation. It's you know, it's been around since 2021. Very small market cap is your circle in there. So when you start messing around with these $20-30 million market caps, they may go to zero. You have to take that into account. What is this?
High risk, 21 million. Yeah.
Yes. Just write that down. But you know what? They can have insane pumps out of the blue. It's almost similar to Polyswarm, which I made a lot of money off of last cycle.
Okay, I'm very familiar with Polyswarm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you know, it's kind of.
I don't like that. Why isn't?
No,
I can't load their white paper, so I'm getting rugged. I was gonna look up the utility of the token, but let me see if I can go to the docs from the website here.
Yeah, just check it out.
You can just go to the docs here
because I think this is worth reading about before it does the next. Everyone's going to be asking when it's on its way back up. Mike, I already have some that was bought at very, very low levels, and if it goes to zero, I might lose money. But you know what? I've been in the cycles long enough. Random picks like this end up sometimes making me insane games. But I have to go in there understanding that I might lose all of that money investing in them.
Yeah, and this is where you need to have that VC mentality, guys. It's like if you're in these sub 20, 50, 30, even $100 million market cap projects, it's not hard to hit. You know, you need to make sure that just like a VC, I love this analogy. It's kind of like retailers come into this game, and if you guys are familiar with turkey shoots, how they work is you have a shotgun, a 12-gauge shotgun, and you're shooting clay pigeons. And the reason for that is because when that pigeon's 75 yards away, it's this bright orange yellow disc. And I'm going to show it to you guys here. Look at this actually. Let's actually show this. I love this analogy. Clay pigeons. Here you go. Boom. They're these big little yellow discs, right?
Big little.
So big little, big and little. That's what I was called in high school.
I knew where your head went originally, and you refrained. So
I was a little dirty mind there, but here you go. So this is how you should this is how I look at my portfolio strategy. So if you guys are looking at these sub $10 million or these new projects here, VCs are your best shooters. They're the experts. They're the ones that are coming with a 12-gauge shotgun. And the reason why they're using this is because when they shoot a shotgun and they're aiming for this clay pigeon, like hundreds of little BBs are in these shotgun bullets. And so your odds of hitting a target are extremely high. The problem with retail is they'll come in and they'll look at Parsec. And I'm not saying to the individual that told us to look at Parsec that this is the only project you bought, but it's very, very high risk. And the equivalent of that would be if you're showing up to the turkey shoot and you're using a pistol and all you're doing is you have one bullet at the same range as someone with a shotgun and you're aiming at the same target, right? The odds of you of hitting that and actually making money off of it is going to be extremely low. So the reason why I'm telling you this as an analogy is have that perspective when you're going into the market. You want to cast the net. You want to spray your bullets, right? And how you do so is look at Parsec, but also if you're going to be going into those smaller market caps, those higher risk plays, understand that out of 10 of them, 3 of them are going to go to zero. 3 of them might drop by 50% or break even. 3 of them might do a 2 or 3x, and 1 of them might be a home run, right? That's kind of the equivalent in perception you should have when you're looking at your portfolio. So just take that into consideration, guys. When you're looking at these very small market cap projects, you want to be casting a net. You want to be spraying, a bit of your portfolio at a couple different projects to hopefully capture a moonshot. And again, that's a subcategory of our 50-25-25 rule. So 50% into Bitcoin and blue chips, 25% into your large caps, and then 25% is in mid caps, and a subsection, a very small subsection of that 25% is what you're allocating into those moonshots. Because again, some of these have great tech, they have great upside. They could have a lot of. You can't speculate if a company worth $1 million can hit $3-4 billion bucks, right? It's almost impossible to do. But if you want to take that opportunity, you need to understand that risk, and you need to assess that risk and calculate that risk.
Yeah.
Do you want to hit that breaking news before we got a couple more super chats rolling in that I want to get to, but did you want to hit the news first?
So yeah, breaking news, guys. Sky News leaks that there could be 3 tariff bans here, 10, 15, and 20%. It looks like here. So action, Canada places 25%. Where are we looking at here? March, April 2nd. So Canada's 25% tariffs on $87 billion of U.S. goods is scheduled to take effect following 21-day public comment good. Doesn't really, I don't know why they shared this tweet here. But they're looking at, we could have, if Trump comes out and says it's only going to be 10%, I think you're looking at some serious upside in those markets. And as soon as that was released here, we saw a bit of a double bottom on the SPX here, starting to move back up towards the upside. Bitcoin's still struggling, but I would imagine it's going to follow suit if we get that upside action. So that was the news there. Now we're 10 minutes away from Donald
10
Trump
minutes
going
away. All right, well, great. Well, we've got some questions here, and I just want to say shout out to Drew from Blockchain Basement. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We're going to probably be doing more of these long-term, and you guys got the good sound effects, which I love. I got Isaac over there hitting the soundboard every time I say that. So shout out to all you guys. Shout out to the basement community. We always love you. You guys know my heart is always with you. I know I was born in the basement.
You started the basement. It was me and you. We came down here and we were like, we're not going to 10K.
I was like, the last time I said someone, my heart goes out to you. They did a very, you want to follow through with the method?
Heart goes out to you. He can't even see it. He can't even see this.
I'm lost. I don't know. All right, let's hit the super chat.
Elon Musk is my heart.
Oh, I got you. Because see, we got your camera cut off, so you can't even do it. So
there you go.
$1 Chronos. We get this question like all the time. CRO Chronos Chain, Crypto.com's exchange coin.
Okay.
What do you guys think? $1.
I'll dive into this. Let's go here.
Hit us.
And let's keep it short too. I mean, because we answer this question all the time. And shout out to Crypto Cody for the gift in the basement gift in the membership on the basement stream. My brain just froze there for a second. Matthew Lowry made the point nobody's competing with Chainlink. But yeah, while you're pulling that up, Crypto Vet, fan of the channel, we got some stuff in the works with him as well. Probably going to be involved in our Discord, but he made a great point. Best lending is on Aave and Morpho. Best places to provide liquidity is Uniswap and Aerodrome. I've come to the same conclusion. There's definitely some opportunities on the Solana ecosystem as well. But Uniswap and Aerodrome, kind of the staples when it comes to liquidity and concentrated liquidity. And then we'll get to XR Pete's super chat here after. What do you got on? Oh, we lost you, Drew. Where'd you go? Disappeared.
They got him.
You see him? You see
I
him?
don't know.
And you can pull this up on the. I can't see him, but I can hear him. But if you want to pull
There
up,
you go.
There I am.
There you are.
That was
as
weird.
people come in, just so they can know that we're about to watch the. So
Yeah.
share what I'm charting up. But we are again moments away from this at 4 p.m. Eastern. It is Trump's tariff announcement. So hit that like button and share the stream with everybody that needs to watch this, guys. Thank you for everything today, guys, and tuning in with us. But what do you got for us, Drew? What are you showing?
Yeah, so they just had a pretty scary proposal announced. So let's pull up Aaron in the back room my chart here. So this chart was when they decided to, I think it was like a 70% token burn, or 70 billion tokens were burned
Yeah.
back in this
Shady business.
it was shady business. And then they just had that decision to add 70 billion tokens, like against community wishes. So basically we have the inverse decision now that we did right here, which in a lot of opinions caused this major pump. That being said, it is a large American exchange. And, you know, I think
No, Crypto.com, I consider to be a European exchange.
do you consider that?
Yeah.
It's
It's
just
not
not common
American.
here. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
No, it's a EU exchange.
Okay.
But they
I mean,
own they own the LA.
Yeah,
That's why I think that. isn't it?
they did a sponsorship to they're competing, but
They own the
they're
ring.
not based. I mean, I'll go check, but I've always considered them EU.
I
Yeah,
think
they
you're
are.
right about that. They just do a good job tricking me into thinking they're American. But I think this decision that they just made in terms of tokenomics is, in my opinion, going to stop them from reaccomplishing this all-time high. You know, when I see things like this be decided in the like kind of design of the tokenomics,
Give me a yes, no. Is it gonna hit $1? Is it gonna 10x?
I don't
Yes or
think
no?
so. No,
I don't think so either. There
I
you
don't
go.
think so. I don't bet on exchange tokens though. I think we're very clear about that. Because they
Yeah.
completely rely on retail volume too, chat. You got to realize that. And if they're European based, they're already struggling in that sense because their regulations are way tighter. And I don't trust almost anything that goes on the UO. But the other thing is, I think this is going to be a very institutional market. And so I want to really be exposed to the institutional products. Yeah, they got some of that good old classic band in the background here. You could see quite a few people showing up. Mark Rubio's here. Scott Besson's here. Mike Johnson's here.
Well, while we're waiting for it to get started, we got a super
Yeah.
chat here from XRP. Boys, 4,800 just landed in your hands from a lottery win. Congratulations. What are you buying? You got $4,800 cashed in. Where do you put it in right this minute? What do you got?
Okay. I'll go first. I got
Yeah.
this. So biggest, probably about like, I'd be putting about a G into Chainlink. I'd be putting another G into Aldo. I'd be putting another G into Aerodrome. I'd be putting another G into Morpho.
A lot of G's.
And then I would be putting the last $800 into Avalanche. That's what I'd be doing. That's my distribution if I came, you know, and I actually have been winning pretty good on trades, so maybe that is going to be something I'm going to do. Maybe I'm talking to myself out loud about what's happening next in my portfolio.
Nice.
That's what I did in the pullback too. You know, it's just I see the pullback I add to the positions.
All right, Josh, if you had 4,800, you splitting it up, you putting it in one or two coins. Do you have any quick thoughts?
50 Bitcoin, 25 Link, 25 Aldo.
There you go. Let's see. For me right now, this minute, given my portfolio, what do I want more of right this minute? I would probably just throw it all into Avalanche. So,
Would you?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I've got. You guys know I hold a lot of other stuff. part of what we're going to be doing in the Discord, by the way, is portfolio audits. You know, not only sharing our own, but also helping you guys audit yours and asking questions about that. So once we get that launched, again, I know I'm teasing you guys here by not actually giving you a link to it, but it's coming soon, and we'll be able to talk through portfolio allocation.
It's a lot of work.
How to balance it, all that stuff. I don't know anything. Jay Harris with the $20 super chat. Last one. How about Cookie? Don't own any, but watching it like a hawk. You know,
Cookies interesting. Cookies, I think the Web3 platform that's supposed to be like a decentralized KOL marketplace, but I'm very skeptical.
I've seen a lot of
the reason why is
go.
because
Yeah.
I mean,
A decentralized KOL marketplace.
wait till you guys see what we're building with FOMO. I can't wait to show you guys.
Well, and again, how do they hook most of the KOLs in? They give them a bunch of tokens. What do the KOLs do with the tokens? They dump the tokens. And that marketplace should have been set up the way we're structuring what we're building at. Like, again, you don't need tokens for most of this stuff. Stablecoins are the answer to a lot of this. And so we're going to show you guys how that works and operates. But we got Bitcoin's price chart here. I do have to share the full screen here now, TJ, because I want to overlap the chart with the speech here. But getting a little bit of a bounce here, 86.6. We're now, I think, 4 minutes away from the end of day close here. So it looks like we're going to break back into $87,000 as the SPX rallies into the end here of the day with the tariff announcements. We got $20 super chat, though. My girl left me for a black guy who owns a Shiba, or who owns Shiba.
Bullish.
Sorry about that, brother.
I mean, look, she knew what she wanted. And that wasn't you.
And it wasn't you.
Yeah. Look, it's
I hope you're kidding, man.
Oh my God.
I really hope you're kidding. And if not, bro, you're gonna be hitting the gym so hard. Oh my gosh, the green candlestick that just what the
just longs. My multiple longs.
Back to 87K here, guys. Now we're moments away from this.
Yeah.
But
use it an opportunity to focus on you, make that money. You got more time to focus on crypto now.
Look, and think of it this way. That means there was no other white guy on the planet that was better than you.
Ooh.
So that's
very optimistic of you.
Yeah.
What about mixed?
I'm
a mutt. So
I think that's a win. I think that's a win.
Yeah.
I think that's a win. So maybe not. Maybe that came off incredibly the wrong way, but I took that was a compliment. I nearly spilt my milk. I don't believe that's last super chat, if you would. Oh my goodness, here.
People asking about Seamless, Big Arch, and money.
Wisconsin loser here. I don't know if you saw what happened in Wisconsin. Actually, so yeah, they lost the Supreme Court, but the voters, I think they got the voter ID law approved, which was really good.
That is true.
So there's a bunch of other seats that are Democrats are at risk of losing in the midterm. So the fight's not anywhere near over, but it's definitely just starting to begin. And so if you actually want to make effective, it's incredible to me. I mean, type 1 in chat if you think we should have voter ID laws, like you should be able to prove you're a citizen of the United States to vote. Type 2 if you don't. I think it's absolutely insane. That's not something that is constitutionally in law. That you have to be a U.S. citizen and provenly U.S. citizen to vote. It just makes sense. And if you're against that, like you're just trying to cover up something. Like there's literally no other reason for that. It's like, oh well, it's racist. What? How? No, it's not. It's like then use funding from the billions of dollars in your NGO programs to go fucking educate people. It's like, just completely ridiculous there. So it looks like all ones. Yeah, I figured. So that was a huge win. And we have a very, very long fight ahead of us, guys. And it doesn't stop, right? That's 2 years midterms. And immediately after midterms, you start the campaign for the next presidential election. So this is politics never end. But yeah, don't fall to the fear mongering media and it never goes away. It never goes away.
I wonder what the liquidity looks like.
This is interesting coming in from Standard Charter just while we're waiting for that press conference to start. A lot of bullish news coming out for Avalanche lately. Now, Standard Charter's made a lot of predictions over the years that haven't come true. So let's take it with a grain of salt. But they are, somewhat respected for some of this in this space. But Standard Chartered analysis, AVAX is projected to potentially exceed the growth of both Bitcoin and Ethereum, possibly reaching $250 more than a 10x over a 4-year period. So we were talking about coins that could potentially help you get more Bitcoin. Avalanche, like I was saying, when the guy asked me if I had 4,800, I would put that in there right here today. I do think it's poised. I can and maybe I'm just seeing a lot of Avalanche stuff because I've interacted with it recently, but I can tell that marketing machine is ramping up. I'm hearing a lot of rumors about what's going on behind the scenes. So I have a bullish sentiment on it. I think it's kind of somewhat of a dark horse. JD Vance, a holder of it, obviously. A lot of people forget that. And there's a lot that they're doing behind the scenes. I mean, obviously, people talk about Bitcoin all the time, Ethereum all the time, Chainlink all the time, XRP all the time, Cardano all the time, and Avalanche kind of is a sleeper in a lot of those conversations. So I could see it. I could see it really performing well here very, very soon. But yeah, getting ready to watch Trump speak. I want to drop a poll in here really quick. What is the price sitting at right now, Josh?
We're at $86,745. So yeah, I think you're gonna go ahead and ask it. I'm not.
Well, I just want to know up or down. So if it's 86.5, we'll call it 86.5. When Trump starts speaking, by the time he's done, will the price go up or the price go down? So let me know in the chat. Let me know. Yeah, pump or dump. Put it in the chat right now. Let us know on YouTube. Let us know on X. Again, smash the like button, retweet, reshare, all that stuff. So we got over 13,000 people in here. It's fun hanging out with you guys. Oh man, a lot of dump. Everybody's saying dump.
Oh, no, the pumps are coming in.
Pumps. Here comes the pumps. All right. The positive people are a little bit slower. The negative people, boom, they're ready. It's gonna dump. The positive people are like, let me think about it. Yeah, it's gonna pump. So. I don't know.
And I think someone sent a super chat asking about Redstone. Just to answer your question,
I don't know anything.
It's a kind of a new.
You use that in Minecraft, right? To like open doors and stuff.
Potentially. It's a DeFi app, or it's just like a very fast growing blockchain oracle. That's got its own DeFi applications. I saw this being conversated within the ecosystem of Securitize. Being potentially utilized by Securitize as an oracle internally. So kind of an interesting one that you brought up. So got something going for it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If it has as much utility as it does in Minecraft, it's going to go far. I'm just saying.
Potentially. Look at it.
Literally, it's using everything.
Dude, my son is shaking me down for new Minecraft stuff like every other day. Like they're taking money from me left and right.
As we wait for this, guys, with our nice elevator smooth jazz, which has the spaz on the back end, guys, we are going to be watching the volatility come in here. So Bitcoin absolutely ripped with, of course, the close here on the SPX, which got really volatile in that last 4 minutes. A lot of volume coming in after double bottoming here and ending the day pretty well. So, in retrospect, I don't want to see Bitcoin necessarily pump too hard too quickly. We want that, of course, the futures are still open, which is good. But it's going to be really, really volatile here. So just expect more volatility as we approach this announcement. But man, oh man, look at that volume coming in.
You're not telling me it's going to be a, let me, you're
not going straight to 90K, TJ.
Well,
you're right.
You're waiting. I'm just saying if markets are closed, you're not saying if it comes out and it's really bullish news, the price pumps up dramatically. We're going to come right back down and fill that CME gap tomorrow when markets open up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. It's, we don't, because it's, you guys but the futures are open today. So the future markets will be open tonight. It's just more or less like the traditional markets won't be. So it's like I don't know, it's going to be a very I just would say don't trade this week would be ideally we're lucky, right? We bought under 80K. We've been so vocal. We were so vocal. We showed our purchase. We were buying Link. We're buying Aldo. We're buying all these projects under 70 or under 80K. This week you have the tariffs. Now we have negotiations tomorrow, potentially announcement of the external tax revenue system. Jerome Powell on Friday. So tomorrow will be a slower day, but Friday we'll be live with another long stream with you guys here watching the summit with Jerome Powell speaking. And you're going to have more volatility there as well, speaking in regards to monetary policy. We've had a ton of manufacturing data and macroeconomics come out, and we're going to be covering all those data points on Friday. So I really expect these next 3 days to be quite emotional, to say the least, in these markets as we see them roll out.
Yeah, and we had, where did it go? Trump's going to come out and mention Bitcoin reserve and it shoots straight to 100K. Can you imagine? I can definitely imagine. Obviously I don't see that happening, but we did have this news coming in. President Bukele just posted a picture of him and President Trump with laser eyes. This is not the same as Trump doing it, but we do know he's been talking with Bukele. If you guys don't know, President of El Salvador, one of the first ones to implement a Bitcoin strategy for a nation. They've been fighting the IMF and winning. Again, that's what I was referring to earlier in the stream. Amazing to see what Bitcoin has done in such a short time period. If you guys can't tell, we're massive Bitcoin bulls here on this channel. We love Bitcoin. We love crypto. And we're excited to see the steps that the United States are taking to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. I do believe that's going to happen. I do believe there's never been a greater time to be in Bitcoin and to be in the U.S. There's never been more opportunity.
Here we go.
Oh, we're going. All right. Oh, let me hit the right button.
Lady President of the United States.
They're actually on time. That's crazy.
Well, we're on DC time, 6 minutes late.
Sure. Dude, I was thinking Fallout vibes. Brandon, straight up. It gave me serious Fallout vibes. Pull up, Drew.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Gonna make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
He wants a break 87.
In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. Oh, fuck. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low key. Should usually be sit right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, who's done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, Congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers. And I'll just hold it up for you. It's available and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations as a result of these colossal trade barriers. 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe.
88,000,
Bro, my lungs are.
We will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
All right, I'll shut up now.
Thank you.
God.
Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second, okay? I just see him
Brian
sitting.
Brooks?
He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you. It's a great honor to have you.
That's
Thank you,
not
Mr.
Brian.
President.
No, that's not Brian
I
Brooks.
grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. my first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the Metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized, and Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built, and the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me. They're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm up 182%.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them, but we won Michigan by a lot. And I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy.
W's in
very
the chat
soon.
right now. Spam W's.
You probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. See it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves, and you got to, this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years. And we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars. We want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. Damn you. Got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him. And every time you walk up, you think of him. And he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer. And we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion.
Oh,
Business taxes.
no way.
Hit us with an ad. Come on. Gotta get premium on there.
Their own
That's
foreign
crazy.
assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have
Imagine
a
that.
tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We
Mhm.
import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security. and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but
What?
it would have been tough for a lot of countries.
50%
I'd like to see
reciprocals?
the chart. If
Pump
you have
us?
it. You bring it up, Howard.
Not full. Yeah, there it goes. Not full reciprocals. It could have done that, but I didn't.
Secretary of
He's
Commerce,
conceding.
Howard Lutnick. Thanks. So
Oh, look at that. There we go.
look at
Oh,
that.
wow.
China,
the
first
juice.
row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a smaller chart. So 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted
14%
reciprocal
more.
tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything. But now we're going to charge. European
Where's
Union,
his
they're very
chart
tough, very, very tough traders. You think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually, they're coming in from Taiwan and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China charged. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. A trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but Frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full. We could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot, Aaron. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing? All right. I think
Why
you
is EOS
it's not going to last very long. He's going to put it. It's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy. But here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers. Come here. Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it. They deserve it more than our cabinet. Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart. And
As soon as you put the
countries to help.
As soon as you put the chart down, it goes back up.
And to prevent
I hate the chart.
So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of.
Did he just say a 10% bail sign?
And there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward. And Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country. And you see that it's before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started on a big plant going up. It's going to be announced over the next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these the biggest companies in the world, they've committed to build. We're going to build, sir. And they came here to see me, and wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We got to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build plants here. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan, a couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it, we had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. The Mac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%. So. And we've never had, and this is after 2.5 months. This is after just a short, this all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television, used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person, and he said, you know, because they're asking people, they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this investment. They said, so tell me, what do you think of what Trump is doing from the automobile standpoint? He said, I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen, where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a tape. And Bruce, I'm going to get that tape and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people and all your union workers and your non-union workers out there. You got a pretty even split. But we have, so far, it looks like we're going to have about $6 trillion of investments. And you wouldn't do that in years in this country over the last number of years. $6 trillion. And that's going to be much higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an entirely different country, and it's going to be fantastic for the workers. It's going to be fantastic for everyone. There will never have been a transformation of a country like the transformation that's already happening in the United States of America. It's an incredible thing to watch, and it's incredible to meet with the top people that you read about, very wealthy people, or people that are great managers and executives and presidents of big public companies, and to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before with jobs and money. to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, the fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But you know, they understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something. But and they're going to fight. They're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. You know, it's like I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far. And I think we're going to blow that away. And maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down. Those factories will be knocked down, and they're going to have brand new factories built in their place. They're not only talking about renovating, they're talking about brand new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the world. I have a friend who builds car plants, and I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see it in the United States. He said, we're not building them in there. This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building it. You have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to number one in the polls very rapidly, I want to say, like, let's say in the first hour. And then shortly thereafter, it looked like I was going to win, and the fake news was saying, oh, no, don't do this. What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble, because nobody wants to read them anyway. But I tell you what, when it looked like I was going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years. But because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term, hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions, so much so that Biden couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship with China. You know what the relationship was? He had a special relationship. But the numbers were so big, that they couldn't do it. So they did ease it up. They did things that they shouldn't have done. They made it a lot more comfortable for them, but they couldn't do it because the numbers were hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did that. And we were on our way to doing something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen, a very bad election. A lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig. And we made it too big to rig, and we won in records. And it was a monumental win. And it was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends, here with us to celebrate, and to more importantly celebrate what we're doing, because that wouldn't be a full celebration if we didn't do this, because this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250% and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job. Brooke Rollins, she did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot, and energy costs now are down. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs. And it was that took place in 1 month, numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years. But after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They had the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now. And I see our great secretary you have done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Nome. And Tom Homan. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Aqua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term, we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border 4 years ago. We had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want them to come.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running.
Yeah, we got to get
we're here for you.
YouTube Premium on that computer.
Industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jesus, dude.
They want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune.
My ears just broke.
And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits. And the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country is heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big, I made that statement about 6 months ago. And everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car only in America, we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction.
Hit that like button and repost if you can.
It's a big thing. It's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly. That deduction never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago.
Should get a Chevy.
Did, and I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed. And I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike. And it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts.
Yeah, I want a Raptor R. I might buy one of those.
Energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it, and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, John. Thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh boy, that's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group. And Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support. And the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip. And as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me. And I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country, because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. Approaching our 100th day as president, and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? Which in this case, hopefully isn't fake, for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing, in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people a day, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,700.
If you're here in Georgia and you've gotten
all right, I'm doing this.
Thinking of replacing for a while,
I'm doing this. Going to.
They're from Ukraine in this.
You got it? Yeah, there you go.
And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I
now
was
we won't have
president,
ads,
and
guys.
it shouldn't be allowed to go on.
I should have just done this
And
at the
I think
beginning.
we're being given good cooperation
As we
by
have premium, we're just not signing
Russia
it.
and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing.
Now we're good.
This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Where's the chart? Where's the chart?
Yeah, you got the chart for us, Josh?
85.6.
Oh yeah. Give it to
Trying
me.
to bounce back up. Now that he's done yapping.
Yeah, don't pick whatever you do. No matter what happens, do
It's
not
not
pick
over
that
yet.
board back up.
He's still gonna talk. He's got to sign
Yeah.
the executive order, and I think they got a press conference.
Well, as long as he doesn't friggin' pick up that stupid board again, I think we're gonna be okay.
Yeah,
we're literally flat, basically flat on the day on the 24.
The yellow line, I think, is the flat.
Yeah, that's like where we opened today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a whole lot of noise. Here we go. Find the bill.
We have 2 documents prepared for the president's signature.
Seriously though, we should get some like you get a Raptor, I'll get a Corvette.
Hold on, let's listen.
Not even how much. The other is the big one, is the reciprocal tariff executive order that the president just spoke about. It's like, this is obviously a huge deal, and it's been an honor to be part of your team. Guys.
This is big stuff.
Boom.
That's a 10.
I love it. Yeah.
Mr. President, what do you say to American families who are worried they'll pay more?
Is that pretty much it, you think?
I don't know yet. We'll see.
Gonna walk into the sunset. Where's Kid Rock at the end? You should have had Kid Rock singing.
Yeah, he was there yesterday.
My name is Kid.
You're Kid Rock. Yeah.
There he goes.
All right. We will see if they have any press right now with.
Huh.
I'm more interested in if like Howard Lutnick or anybody
And a
speaks.
big day at the White House, of course, President
There we go.
signing the executive orders.
There it is. Damn it. I'm still
All
in my
right.
long. I'm not letting go of it. I got it
Whoa,
in.
You know, you're trading this? You're crazy, dude.
Yes. I'm
Wild,
trading
man.
it.
Wild.
I
man.
am not trading at all today or Friday. For
I got
sure.
two 25x longs open from 81.5.
I mean, pretty incredible to see the downside actually. So we're back at what is this? March. This would have been the bottom of the market, I think, for the Nasdaq there. Yeah, look at that after hours, massive sell off there from the Reciprocal. So now what happens next, guys? I mean, I think that's personally the worst of the blood. Now the conversation is going to be seeing which countries start to reduce their tariffs, and then that it's going to be reciprocal, and it just continues to drop afterwards. The 10% base tariff though was way better than what markets were expecting. It was 20% was the cross basis fundamental tariff, and they only did 10%.
Let me see the 4-hour candles. Let me a longer time frame. I just want to get a better picture of the day. You know,
This is the Nasdaq.
Well, oh, you're looking at the Nasdaq. Gotcha.
This is Bitcoin.
Yeah. Okay. So not a whole lot necessarily. We're still sitting at 85, pretty much where we hope. Like pumped overnight, pumped into it, but yeah, this is Josh. Why do you say bled instead of blood? Guys, he doesn't do the sounds. It's just his own little his own little secret hack. So it's his thing. It's just like not watching Fight Club. And maybe if you watch Fight Club, he'll say it different. But I like
blood,
it.
Man.
It's grown on me. It's grown on me.
Yeah, people like always correct me, and I'll just never realize.
No.
And I'll never change. That's just how it is.
It's not just that one word. I've noticed it. It's
every ed.
It's So you can also switch back to the larger screen now, so we can see the chart better. There it is. But all right. So what is the initial takeaway, guys? What are you feeling? We got almost 17,000 people in here. Smash the likes, guys, if you're in here. We really appreciate you hanging out with us today. It's been a blast doing this stream, covering all this stuff. We watched hell of a ride. If you had some longs open, you definitely had an opportunity to take some profit there for a while. We saw some shorts with stop losses get knocked out. I think that's what caused some of those short spikes. And then his second he pulled that chart out, man, they did not love that, and prices started correcting and adjusting. So I don't know. Josh, do you have any initial thoughts on what he said?
Yeah, I mean, the initial thoughts are just, I'm incredibly excited for the tariffs. We're at the same price as we entered yesterday, but the 10% baseline was huge. I mean, everybody was expecting kind of a 20% restructure on that, but you already saw it today. Canada, Mexico, Israel, India, they've already announced that they're starting to reduce those tariffs. So it's going to be interesting, the negotiations that roll out over the next few weeks. But Trump came in. I mean, 50%, this seems more than fair. And so now the conversation is going to be seeing who starts reducing those tariffs, and that all of those are going to equate to upside. So that was the worst of the market condition. That was the tariffs. You guys now know the plan, you know the strategy, and now it's opening up a new line to negotiation. So I'm not people that think it's going to like just crash tomorrow. You're going to get that in the futures here. But ultimately, I think the worst is now behind us, and we can finally move forward. We understand the plans, we understand the strategy, and we can look forward to the negotiations that decide to roll out here moving forward.
Yeah, Drew, any thoughts?
Yeah, man. You got to break a couple eggs to make an omelet. It's the way she goes. A couple countries are going to find out their GDPs are going to shrink a little bit from new tariffs, and you know what? There's going to be short-term pain, and everyone's saying that the market's over or whatever. Just like I don't even know what to tell you at this point. Like I've already covered all the top indicators I watch. Basically, if it was easy, everyone would do it and there would be no major upside to it. So I'm riding into the middle of the sun with these good projects, Bitcoin, obviously. I think we're going to be all right. Everyone just needs to kind of calm down, buckle up. It's going to be a lot of turbulence and it's going to be crazy.
I mean, be thanking God he didn't do 100% reciprocal tariffs, which is what we thought was going to occur. So I think there was a lot of great announcements out of that. I mean, he made it clear. He's like, buy American products, reduce your tariffs, we reduce ours. The reciprocal. So now it's just opening up the negotiation and seeing which countries are going to fold. And again, you saw today Canada fold, you saw India fold, you saw Israel fold, you saw Mexico fold. And so those are I think those conversations will roll out pretty smoothly. The only really big competitor here that I think has any strong negotiable takes is going to be China. And we'll see, what process comes out of that. But Trump said it in his first term. He had China buying hundreds of billions of dollars in American products. And I'm sure you're going to see decent negotiations out of that. But to people that think this isn't the end of it, that's the end of it. That's look, there could be more downside, of course, whether it's, 2% or, we go back down to 80K on Bitcoin. But the uncertainty is gone. There's no more uncertainty of tariffs. It is certainty that we have 50% reciprocal tariffs and a 10% baseline. That's it. So now we can move forward and start, looking at the economic data, focusing back on the macro and, being excited for what I believe will be very positive negotiations moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, I think, you guys said it very well. I would say, when in doubt, zoom out. Obviously, you guys probably get tired of hearing that. You heard me talking about it if you were watching the stream earlier today. Patience is the key in this market. I agree with Josh. I don't think there could be some more volatility. A lot of people in the chat, and I kind of agree with this, saying Asian markets overnight going to hate this. We could pull back down towards that 80K range, but Bitcoin showed incredible strength at 80K. It showed incredible strength just below it. I know you're going to hear all the bears out there calling again for 72 to 74. We had Evan Aldo on the stream earlier who presented that scenario. Do not let that scare you. There's a lot of upside ahead. I agree with what Josh said. There's a lot less uncertainty now. And yeah, you've got time here. You got to have that long-term vision, and it's definitely going to work out when it comes to Bitcoin. If you're a long-term Bitcoin holder, you're happy with all this. I do think this was less than what was expected, to Josh's point. So this is really not all that bad. Bitcoin holding flat on the day. If Bitcoin holds the 85K support, if we're opening around the prices around 85K tomorrow, then we have probably seen the worst of a lot of this stuff, and the path will be cleared for us to go back up. It's also still setting up a scenario for rate cuts. Like we keep talking about rate cuts in June. We think the Fed pivots in June, and that's when a lot of the fun begins, especially for altcoins. Yet again, if you're looking at this here, you've got Bitcoin flat and altcoins hurting. So be careful with your altcoins still. I would say Bitcoin is still the king. Bitcoin is the bell of the ball when it comes to commodities and assets around the world right now. Gold went up dramatically on this news. Bitcoin goes up. I think Bitcoin holds extremely well. I think, I see somebody here, 60, 70, 100K Bitcoin. I'm still doing my DCA. That strategy over time will set you up for life. So if you're watching this and you're like, I don't think I can stomach the volatility of Bitcoin. It's too much for me. My emotions get involved. I'm an emotional trader. Then just set a regular DCA, which is basically buying a specific dollar amount on a regular schedule. Meaning every other Friday or every payday, I buy $500 or $5,000 or $50, whatever works for you, and then you stack it over time. That strategy has outperformed even some of the top traders over the life of Bitcoin. So I would encourage any of you to employ that strategy. It's going to work extremely well. But we'll be here every day, every single day, talking about it all day, every day, talking about the ups, talking about the downs, because we love it. We can't get enough of it. We're the crazy people that are addicted to crypto. So if you guys are new here, we're glad you're here. Welcome in. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on notifications. We're going to be covering not just Bitcoin, but all sorts of altcoins, breaking news, all sorts of opportunities to help you make money in crypto. We're hanging out on X. If you guys are there, hit the like button, hit the retweet. Leave us a comment. Tell us some of your favorite coins. Tell us why you got into crypto and what you think we should be covering. Yeah,
I got some news here too. Is just realized as well, guys. I'm gonna repost this on my page, but Canada, Mexico.
Screen.
Oh,
yeah, Canada and Mexico. I saw a lot of people asking about Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, Canada and Mexico weren't included on this because
they're exempt.
The reciprocal tariff, so they're pretty much exempt from it. So that's going to show that. Again, you're probably going to see a lot of these countries quickly fall over to, what Mexico and Canada did. They're not going. The only one that's going to be big is going to be probably China here. That's the only one I think is going to be a larger discussion here, and that's because there's a lot more at stake. You have the Panama Canal, of course, which they're now stepping in on, but just proved Trump right that Panama Canal is controlled by the Chinese CCP. Where Democrats are trying to say that that's not the case, but it turns out they revoked the sell to BlackRock.
Yeah, it's not just the Panama Canal, like friggin' Panama, like the whole country.
Panama, the whole thing. Yeah, so it's like we were in Panama. It's like, dude, you go. It's like there's a lot of Chinese. It's very Chinese.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing. It just you are very well aware when you.
It's just the reality. Yeah. And if that's what irritates me sometimes, of like when people want to deny reality. It is the reality. It just acknowledge the reality that it is and make decisions accordingly, but don't try to convince me that that's not reality, because it is. And now obviously we've lost 85K. Bitcoin dumping pretty hard right now, 84 and change. So
yeah, I think it just stands. If we go under 80K, I'm dollar cost averaging. That's it, man. I think we're at the point though where we're near this bottom. So this looks good, guys. April 10th is the next day. We're 8 days away from the next CPI data. I expect that to come out pretty positively, which means we're going to have some volatility between now and then. Friday is going to be a big day. We're going to be live for another long stream covering the Federal Reserve Summit for you guys. Listen to Jerome Powell and their reaction to both A, the tariffs, and B, the economic data that's rolled in from the manufacturing front. So that can give us a lot better of insight on where markets are heading into the future. And then again, I think you're going to expect, it is only Wednesday this week, over the next 2 days, some pretty major announcements regarding the reciprocal tariffs with these other foreign nations. So yeah, if you guys have anything off there, that's what we got for, and that's what we got for today, guys. We'll be live back tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. On Discover Crypto, giving you guys your most recent crypto news as always. If you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications so you stop missing out on all this amazing coverage. We're going to be bringing you guys this type of moderation on any single big macroeconomic, crypto, political day in these markets so we can navigate them as crypto absolutely explodes. and just emerges as a very mature asset class. Thank you guys for watching here today, guys. TJ, if you got anything to say,
Oh yeah, just follow the basement too, blockchain basement. We're gonna probably tell you some of your projects suck and the other ones are amazing. We tell you how it is down here. So let us know in the chat whatever project you're holding. If you're wondering about, we'll dig into the TVL and see what's actually going on for you. So
all right, we'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll see you at the top. Either way.